Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our council meeting for Tuesday, November 17th. We start with a study session, and I'd like to call the meeting to order at 4:34 p.m. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N2920 dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legstar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 951-7739-6182. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 4:30 p.m. will be entered into the record for the meeting. Now I'd like to ask the City Clerk to proceed with roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, take a guess. Yeah, I'm here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Mayor Bikoga.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So all members are present, and we'll go into our study session 3.1. We will be conducting our Environmental Planning Commission applicant interviews, and we'll start with public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If you're in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. And if you are on the phone, please hit *9. I see Hank Dempsey's hand. I know you're one of the applicants, but if you have something you'd like to say for public comment, oh, and the hand went down. So, all right, I don't see any other hands, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council. So before we begin the interviews, I wanted to check in with the council members. You should have had on attachment 3, we have the oral interview that we will be conducting, and as in the past, we have several questions here. Wondering if any council members would like to add, subtract, change any of these questions.
So are the questions in the email that I just got from Wanda?
They're in attachment 3 to in the agenda packet. So
in the agenda packet.
Yes, so I can read them for you if that helps. First question, how would you balance private and community benefits? Second one, what criteria would you use to evaluate the Mountain View development? In your answer, refer to both residential and commercial/retail projects. 3, what issues do you think would be of particular importance to you as an EPC commissioner? Okay, those are pretty much the same ones. And we always ask the question, what is the EPC supposed to do? Yes. And that was... You can add what is the purpose of the EPC, but... Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Yeah, so I agree. We should ask what is the role or the purpose of the EPC. But also, I feel like the one about community benefits is always a hard question to ask. And maybe we either want to reword that one or not ask that one. But for me, the question about, what area is of particular interest to you, I don't ever feel like we get really good answers to that one. And I think if I look at the current EPC members, they all have areas of, I would say, either like expertise or something that really is of interest to them that, does fall within the role of the EPC to ask about, like trees or parking or something like that. And so I feel like we need to clarify that we're not asking for something that is outside the bounds of the EPC, but is within the day-to-day, meetings that they have. Do they feel like they're bringing something of particular interest or expertise? And maybe we do give a couple of examples to clarify that one.
So do you have suggestion on how to change the wording on the question?
So you know what? I accidentally closed my browser, so now I'm trying to get the agenda back up.
Okay. So the question is, what issues do you think would be of particular importance to you as an APC commissioner? I guess we could say so.
What topics are of particular interest to you, where you feel you have expertise or are really important to you when it comes to, say, new development or a precise plan or the general plan? And you could give some examples. Like some people are really concerned about trees, parking, density.
Okay. So let's see. What topics would be of particular importance to you, or what topics do you have particular expertise in?
Or interest in, yeah.
Expertise or interest in.
That you would be looking for in every development proposal or in a precise plan or a general plan. And then I'd give a couple examples. That's a shorter question than what I said before.
Okay. Looking for in projects, plans, items that come before the EPC.
That's good.
And then examples would be like parking, trees,
Density.
density, bike ped. Okay, great.
Thanks.
Is that agreeable with everyone? Great, thank you.
I got a question though.
Yes.
So, you know, on this one that we were talking about, how would you balance private and community benefits? I was thinking about how do you balance industrial land with residential land? How do you balance the growth of residential and office development? Because that's what we're really starting to look at and try to figure out is, you know, what do we do and so forth. So I don't know if we have, well, we always have time because we always go pretty quick. So is that a possible question that we could throw in there?
So how would you balance
Residential versus commercial property zoning?
okay.
Because Lucas and I, where is Lucas anyway?
He's here.
Oh, Lucas bailed on me?
No, I'm not going to be able to sit down for a good chunk of this meeting because I'm dealing with that thing.
That's right. But you know, because a lot of people want to convert light industrial something into residential, and I'm going, you know, we're supposed to have we have a general plan. We're supposed to have a balance of zonings to just like in housing, we have different type of housing. We need different zonings for light industrial, small businesses, et cetera, so that we have a complete community, just like a complete neighborhood, that you have all the services close by and people don't have to drive around. So I would like to see that if possible.
So how would you balance residential versus commercial properties?
Zoning.
Zoning.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Is that agreeable with everyone?
Can I suggest a slight reframing of that? Because I agree with what you're suggesting, John. I think, you know, where we see this come up most is in conversions from industrial to residential.
Yeah.
And so maybe a framing, maybe when do you think it's appropriate to convert an area that's zoned for commercial industrial uses to residential?
Well, okay,
I think we might want answers from that.
Oh, well, I don't like that idea because you're converting, and that's you're already predisposing a direction. Whereas I want to see them on should we have a balance of different zonings in the city.
John, you basically just gave them the answer to the question with the question. So you're basically telling them what you want to hear from them, which is not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is to figure out how they stand on things.
Okay, so you're our wordsmith. Do you have a way to phrase that, Chris?
Something like how would you prioritize the various land uses and changes to those throughout Mountain View or something like that? I don't know what I mean, I thought actually Lucas's framing was a little bit better because we're talking about, when, if at all, would you feel it's appropriate to, make changes to existing land uses and convert things? So,
well, I like the first one.
We don't want to lead people to what you want them to say. So,
no. Well, I think if when is it appropriate, or if because with Lucas's phrase was action, with yours is if we were to do this. I like. Okay, you can blend those two together.
I mean, I think when is fine because someone can say never, right? So it's not a given that it would happen. It's a question of when someone thinks it's. So I think, when do you think it is appropriate to convert existing land uses? Sounds pretty comprehensive. Does that sound okay with you all?
Yeah, I was getting a little worried that it was, I mean, on both sides of this, that it was either a leading question or it was so vague that it was kind of a trick question, and you might appear to get it right just because you guessed what the sort of by luck. So I think the way you've rephrased it is maybe better. The last phrasing, Mayor.
Okay, great. So then, do we want to take out the question A, how would you balance private and community benefits, or do you want to reword that? Take it out? Okay, great. All right, so then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 questions with C reworded. Anything else? Councilmember Ramirez? Nope. Would you like to take turns asking the questions, or do you want me to just do it? Okay. I'm going to take that as just do it. Councilor Ramirez, did you have anything else? No. Okay.
No.
Great. Are we ready then to have our first applicant? All right. Could we promote our first applicant in? Hello. Oh, there you are. Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you. Welcome to the interview for our EPC. Thank you so much for applying. Appreciate your willingness to step up. We have a short interview time. We'd like to start with if you'd like to do a 2-minute opening statement as to why you'd like to serve on the EPC, that'd be great. And then we have 4 questions. You probably just heard what the questions are, so no surprises here. So yes, and then if we have any follow-up questions from council members, we'll definitely ask that too. So yes, whenever you're ready to start, if you'd like to start with your opening statement, that'd be great.
Okay. Well, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, thank you. Thanks for giving me the time to talk to you. Thank you for the time you spent talking to me offline and for reading the application. You've seen the application, so I'll just give you the quick recap. I think, as you know, I'm a South Mountain View resident, moved here in 2008. 2 kids, 1 at Springer, 1 at Block. I grew up in the East Bay, but my wife actually grew up here in Mountain View on Dana Street downtown. We both work in tech, and I am very fond of Mountain View. It's my adopted town, and the truth is, my motivation for wanting to get involved through EPC is I worry a little bit, given all of the pressures that are on Mountain View right now, what will become of this city that I happen to be very fond of. It's a very diverse, very humane, very livable place. But as you know very well, we've got problems with affordable housing for certain. And I think COVID and kind of the post-COVID economy for tech, we sort of don't know what that holds in store for us. And so I'm not really sure what that's going to do for the plans that we've got and sort of the ways that we've tried to balance the construction of commercial and residential, so we can try to get more residential so folks don't end up leaving such a great town. So that's a lot of what's motivating me, I think. Just very quickly about me. So I'm an attorney by training, master's in public policy. The bulk of my career has actually been with the state legislature, a job I loved very much. And I think the important thing to take away from that is, or rather what I think I can offer the EPC, is that I'm good with reading code. I'm good with understanding legislation. I know that mandates coming down from the state, like SB 330, 743 dealing with CEQA, even the possible return of things like SB 50. Those are things that I'm comfortable dealing with, things that I can read, things that I can interpret, and I think that I could actually be a lot of help for EPC at sort of taking in and figuring out what to do with some of these mandates that come down from Sacramento. I'm also highly collaborative by nature. I know a lot about deliberative bodies, and I'm a pretty pragmatic guy. And I think I would just close with saying, the result of all the time I spent with the legislature, I'm also very stakeholder oriented. And what that means for me is I would want anybody that comes before EPC, that came before me, that I talked to in a hearing or talked to on the side, that they walk away feeling that they were heard, that they were treated with respect, and that they got a fair shake, whether they got what they wanted or not. And that, for me, as somebody who spent the bulk of my career in public service, that's really important to me, that people walk away feeling like government's doing what it's supposed to do. So I think that's the basics about what I think I can offer EPC, and I can leave it there.
Great, thank you. So we'll then go into questions. The first one is, what is the role or purpose of the EPC?
So as I understand it, the EPC formulates and recommends long-range plans for physical development of the city. They interpret the general plan, they interpret the precise plan, and maybe put colloquially, I understand it as they pressure test the proposals before they get to the council. So our job is to kind of go in, do some nuts and bolts poking, make sure that we're asking tough questions from a pretty broad-ranging community perspective, but really try to make sure that potential problems get solved in advance, important questions get raised, so that the plan, by the time it goes to the council members can feel confident that a bunch of folks spend a lot of time really going through line by line, making sure that it's the strongest plan it could possibly be. So by the time it gets to you, you're really left with sort of the biggest, most important, probably most value-laden questions. So that's where you can really invest your time. You don't spend a bunch of time figuring out little bits and pieces. So I view it as sort of a bit of an efficiency thing, that our job is to make the decisions sort of clearer and a little bit easier for the council.
Great, thank you. The second question is, what criteria would you use to evaluate a Mountain View development? And in your answer, please refer to both residential and commercial or retail projects.
No, great question. And I think there's potentially like dozens and dozens and dozens of criteria, but let me give you kind of what my favorites are. I think probably the first thing I would always think about is harmonization with the precise plan, if there is one, or with the general plan, but I think the precise plan would tell you a little bit more. I would want to see that they thought a lot about what's in the precise plan as they were drawing up their own plan. And of course, the staff assessment is going to be really important, and I'm going to assume staff's going to be pretty happy with it by the time it would get to EPC. Second, then I would look at community sentiment, because I think the folks that live around where the change would happen, their opinion matters, and it matters a lot. It's not dispositive, but I think it's important to respect the locals, and so community sentiment about a particular proposal is really important. So after that, then we get into kind of the jobs, housing, infrastructure balance question, and then there's a whole bunch of different criteria I think that kind of falls under that heading. So if it's a residential construction, is the construction going to be considered the neighbors in terms of how high it is? Does it cast a shadow? Which way is it turned? What's the design like? Is there any kind of public space that comes along with it that neighbors could use, even if it's small? How are you going to deal with parking? Parking is incredibly important because there's no better way to make the folks around a construction site feel unhappy if they got a ton of new cars parked out in front of their house. So solving parking problems, I think, is really important in residential. And I think community benefits is really important. Again, getting back to making sure that change and growth ends up benefiting everybody and not just the folks that are building it or going to live in it. For commercial, I think this is a somewhat new field to me, but I'm definitely a convert to kind of mixed use construction thinking. I really like a lot of what was done actually in North Bayshore. We're very focused on kind of human scale, mixed use, getting that parking off the street, back behind a building, hopefully up in a tower, down on the ground. Transit orientation, I think is going to matter a lot, especially if it's commercial. Like, I want to see that they thought deeply about how they're going to keep people out of single occupancy vehicle car rides. I want to see how they're going to get people in on bikes, how they're going to get them in on VTA. And if I don't see that thinking, I'm going to be very concerned very quickly. And again, environmental remediation, I think, especially with commercial, there's going to be more of an obligation to really think about the impact of the kind of the environment around the construction. And I think being able to leave the environment around a place better than they found it is going to be pretty important. And finally, community benefits, again, is really going to matter to me. Yeah, I can stop there.
Great, thank you. And then this is the one we were working on. When do you think it is appropriate to convert existing land uses?
This is a good one. I'm glad you created a new question on the fly. So when is it appropriate it sounds like to rezone? It sounds like the question gets back to when would you go from light industrial to something that's probably residential? And I think it's a good question because if you do rezone from industrial to housing, you definitely displace businesses. So I think the couple of questions that I would think about are, anytime you're doing land, you want to find the kind of the best use of that land, the most efficient, most valuable to society use of that land. So I think if you were looking at potentially displacing a business in an industrial area and rezoning it so you could put in housing, I'd want to know, first of all, are they consumer facing or not? Because if they're just building something and there's no consumer right there, and again, the difference would be a coffee shop versus a factory that makes, I don't know, whatever, something fun, some high-tech gizmo. If you could make that just as well someplace else, it's an interesting question of what that impact is going to be on Mountain View residents. But if it's consumer facing, then I think a better argument can be made that maybe we need it, right? And things like, if you look at some of our big industrial areas right now, like auto repair shops, right? Everybody needs to have their car repaired if you've got a car, right? That's consumer facing. That really benefits the people who live in Mountain View. And I would really want to think about, like, do we want to take away folks' opportunities to get their car fixed here in town, or do we want them driving to Sunnyvale? So I think kind of the utilization and what the impact on actual Mountain View residents, like how much they use it, that to me, I think actually matters a lot.
Great. And finally, what topics do you think would be of particular importance to you? I'm sorry, let me start over. What topics do you think would be of particular importance to you where you have expertise or interest in that you would be looking for in projects, plans, or items that come in front of the EPC, such as parking, trees, density, bike ped, etc.?
Right. No, I've definitely noticed from watching this year's EPC hearings is that people definitely specialize, and I can see why that makes a lot of sense. So I think, and I covered this a little bit before, but my focus, I think my first focus will be on legislation, because I think that's where I can offer the most value, hands down. And again, we've seen a few examples of that this year. I expect we're going to see more next year and in following years. And that's a place where I think I can add a lot of value. So when I see the council having to deal with new state laws and sort of what are our rules going to be around dealing with that and implementing that here in the city, my ears will perk up and I'll be very focused on that. I could easily say affordable housing, but I think that's going to be true of almost everybody on EPC. I think the two other kind of issues that I'm really interested in, like naturally, and I would want to learn a lot more about. One is, I think, going to take a little watching first before we do anything about, but it's how the precise plans are going to be affected by changes in the commercial real estate market going forward. And I don't think we even know yet, right? But COVID's going to have a big impact on tech. We haven't even started bringing people back yet. But to the extent that the precise plans were kind of built with a certain level of economic demand in mind, I'm actually really curious to see how changes in that demand are going to change kind of the impact of the viability of some of the plans. And it wouldn't be in a huge rush to change anything, but I'm actually very, very interested to see if any of them need to shift a little bit. And so I don't have any answers, but that's something that I would be watching for. And I think the last thing that I frankly just find a really interesting question, and I want to learn more about, is community benefits and how community benefits negotiations work and how exactly we come up with what we come up with. Because fundamentally, I want to see the city of Mountain View get the very best deal for its residents that we possibly can. So that's something that I would be interested in. I would study on my own and really try to get good at understanding how it works. And it may be that it works great and there's not a thing required from it, but that's something that I find personally very interesting.
All right, thank you. Are there any follow-up questions from council members for Mr. Dempsey? No? Great then. Well, thank you very much for your time and for applying. We plan to make a decision this evening, and so we will let you know what that is. And again, thank you for your interest, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. I appreciate it.
Take care. Thank you. And do we have the second applicant?
How long did the first one take?
That was about 13 minutes.
And we're giving each one 15?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, Ms. Ray. How are you? Thank you so much for making time to join us, and thank you for your interest in the Environmental Planning Commission. You probably saw what we just did, so we will repeat that with you. If you would like to start with a 2-minute opening statement, that'd be great, and then we'll go into the 4 questions that we have. So whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, council members, for your time and consideration today. I really appreciate it. In addressing you today, I'd like to explain why I am so proud to call Mountain View home and how I envision contributing to the long-term success of the city through the Planning Commission. 3 generations of my family live in Mountain View. Among us are my daughter, my husband and I, who are young professionals and enthusiastic first-time homeowners, and my mother, a retiree. We reflect the multi-generational diversity that Mountain View is home to. And that diversity reflected in planning, the availability of entry ownership condos, townhouses, apartments, ensures not only the multi-generational diversity of our community, but the strength of our community and the longevity of the city. I have friends here in Mountain View ranging from social workers compassionately caring for our community's aging members to executives at tech companies working on developing solutions to the challenges of the future. And what they have in common is that they love living in Mountain View, and Mountain View is a better place because of their contributions to our society. So whether they are 6 months old, 6 decades old, whether they make a 6-figure salary or they don't, I want to work hard to ensure a comfortable home for every Mountain View resident. And while I realize that this is not an easy task, I think it's a really honorable responsibility that the commission has, and I'm confident that I'll be able to put my skills to use on this commission. In addition to working at Google for 6 years here in Mountain View, I've also spent time working at the United Nations in New York, various nonprofits, and on national political campaigns. I am a thoughtful leader and strive to bring a fair and balanced perspective to any discussion. I would welcome the opportunity to work on upcoming issues in the Commission's work plan, such as the Downtown Precise Plan, the R3 zoning standards updates, and many other issues in the work plan. I'm committed to dedicating the time and attention the Planning Commission really deserves and would be honored to have the opportunity to serve the people of Mountain View. So thank you for having me here tonight.
Great, thank you very much. We'll go into our questions. Our first one is, what is the role or purpose of the EPC?
Sure, that's a good question, and my understanding is that the EPC really formulates but recommends long-range plans to the council, including the general plan, recommending the implementations of the general plan, and the physical development of the city. And in addition to that, also establishing and maintaining. So in addition to that element of recommendations for long-term plans, there's that component as well of just maintaining and monitoring the environmental planning process for the city. I know that another big responsibility of the commission as well is to have a relationship with the city council, to communicate with the city council as well as other stakeholders like public agencies and, really importantly, citizens concerning the city and the city's environment as well.
Great. Second question. Let's see. What criteria would you use to evaluate a Mountain View development? And in your answer, please refer to both residential and commercial or retail projects.
Sure. So I'll list a few things. What I would say overall is I'd use a framework that accommodates growth and a wide range of housing opportunities, but balances environmental protections and aesthetic elements that establish a sense of place here in Mountain View. So while looking at the big picture of the development, I'd want to know, does the development help us have a healthy community and provide families with a clean environment? Or in other words, does it accommodate growth while preserving open space, critical habitat, protecting water supplies, and air quality? I'd also want to know, does the development bolster economic development and jobs that create business opportunities here in Mountain View? Will it add to the goal of creating a strong neighborhood, which provides a range of housing options, giving the people opportunity to choose the housing that best suits them? Does it maintain and enhance the value of existing neighborhoods and create a sense of community? In terms of transportation, I'd want to see, are there adequate transportation choices available that give people the option to walk, ride a bike, take transit, or drive? And then specifically, if the development is commercial, would the development create a sustainable retail environment that will meet the needs of nearby residents and growing amount of residents, given the increase in housing development as well? And then finally, first I'll also add, in terms of from a tax perspective, I also would like to know what the effect the development would have on Mountain View's property tax base and sales tax revenues. And I think, lastly, I always like to keep in mind equity. So I would like to ask myself, could this development increase opportunities for residents to attend quality schools, access good jobs, participate in community life here in Mountain View on an equal footing as all of us?
Great, thank you. The next question, let's see, let me try to find it. I have my scribbled notes here. Here we go. When do you think it is appropriate to convert existing land uses?
Sure. So in terms of rezoning, I think, to put it simply, what I would say is I believe that rezoning should only be done systematically and not ad hoc. So the process should be very predictable and transparent. So what I really want to emphasize is predictable and transparent. Anytime rezoning is done, I think it needs to further the general plan and always be within the general plan framework. And if that's done right and that's the case, any kind of rezoning, moving from residential to commercial would need to be a systematic approach and not an ad hoc one.
Great. And the last question, what topics would be of importance to you where you have particular expertise or interest in, and that you would be looking for in projects, plans, or items that come before the EPC, such as parking, trees, density, bike ped, etc.?
Sure, I think this is a good question, and thanks for adding it in. I would say first and foremost, as a commissioner, I'd want to serve as an accessible venue for residents and community stakeholders to learn about city planning issues, project proposals, and freely provide their views to me. And I think my professional experience would help me excel at this particular way of serving on the commission. So I've served in roles before where I have to take the input of various stakeholders, specifically in a political campaign context where you're listening to the input of a variety of people, and the decision you make after hearing their input has really drastic implications on the outcome of solving a problem. And so I've really excelled at of balancing the line of serving as an accessible venue that people can talk to and provide their input, and then turning that input into something that is beneficial in the outcome. And so I think I would do a very good job at being a community liaison and stakeholder to people and help them learn about planning issues and project proposals. But in addition to that, I think you listed some of those specific issues. I would say the environmental impact, the ability of our neighbors to age in place, and affordable housing implementation are the three issues that I would like to focus on. And those three issues come from more of a personal passion. So for environmental impact, I feel that's very important where we live, and California is so strong in this regard, and I'd like to make sure to further that on the commission. And aging in place, the second issue I mentioned in my kind of opening remarks that my mother lives here too, and I think that it's very important to keep families together, and part of adding to a city that is so welcoming is having all of our members cared for here. And lastly, I would just say I think now is a time where particular care and attention and focus on how California state law will impact our work here in Mountain View is very needed. So I would put that in there as well.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, hey, let me follow up on your last statement about what the state laws that are coming to it. Since they're going to be more mandated, what do you really see the EPC able to do with it if they say you have to do a certain thing? So give me some context of what you thought the EPC or you felt like would do when it's required to be doing something.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. And that's a good question. And I do understand that the EPC is not a final decision-making body or a legislative body that has the power or authority to necessarily implement those statewide changes. But I think that as a recommending body, the EPC needs to have a solid understanding of the state law that might be new and coming down the pipeline, so that when we do those recommendations, we're not out of sync with the laws that are coming down the state. So I know that those will be mandated, but I do think that a careful study of those new laws, because not everyone is familiar with them, since there are so many new things coming down the pipeline. So while I know that the EPC doesn't necessarily implement the mandated state laws, I think awareness and knowing the rules and guidelines that we are able to operate under is very important.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else with follow-up questions? Council members? No? All right. Well, thank you again for your interest and for your time. It's very nice to see you. And we will be making a decision this evening, and we'll let you know what that is.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Take care. Be well.
Okay.
All right. Everybody, is Councilmember Matacek? Did we lose her?
It looks like we did, yes.
Okay. Hopefully she'll be able to rejoin us. Any comments? Oh, there she is. Councilmember Matacek's back. Would anyone like to start with comments, thoughts?
Okay, I'll give a comment.
Thank you.
It's the obvious one. It's unfair, but it's an obvious one. The guy went to Cal. Go Bears. What can I say? So, hey, I preference it. I just said I had to preference it. They both sounded very intelligent, very well informed. But you got to go Bears whenever you give a shot. Sorry. I'll go back to my hole now.
That was it. The layer, is that what it's called? Councilmember Clark.
I was just going to say, I think both candidates are excellent. Some of the better candidates I think we've had for EPC in a long time. So thank you to both of you for applying, and I hope, regardless of our decision tonight, that both of you will stay involved in one way, shape, or form. And there may be more opportunities on EPC at some point, and opportunities in other bodies as well. So we hope you'll both remain involved regardless of tonight's outcome. I personally thought that I think just having the scars of ABAG over the last year and a half, I think actually there's a lot of value in having some expertise around what may or may not happen coming out of Sacramento in the next few years as we update our housing element and other things. And that's not to say, as John rightly pointed out, that we can really affect things aside from some lobbying that we might do. But I think we are, as a city, going to have to deal with a lot of legislation and changes that come out of Sacramento. And I think just having some knowledge and some experience around that would be helpful. So I think even though I think both candidates would be excellent, I think I'd lean in the direction of appointing Mr. Dempsey to fill this particular seat at this particular time. But I'm certainly open to what others feel as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll do as much as I can while still on camera. So I agree strongly with Councilmember Clark that we have two incredibly well-spoken, qualified, and valuable candidates. I wish we could appoint both because I think they each bring a little slightly different perspective. I think both of them spoke about some of the most pressing issues that our community is facing. Housing, I think, comes to mind first and foremost, but there was a lot of nuance in each of their responses to the questions. I think, so where I differ with Councilmember Clark, though, is there's I think a balance here that we need to be somewhat sensitive to, but I try to make a distinction between where staff should play the biggest role and where the planning commissioners themselves should play a bigger role. And technical expertise can be tricky because not that you can't have technical expertise going on to the planning commission. I think our staff do a pretty good job interpreting state law and implementing it. And I don't necessarily want to be too caught up in those details. As valuable as that expertise may be, I feel our professional staff do a good job understanding the laws that we will have to comply with and integrating that into the work that we do. And my focus will be a little bit more, or I think the focus should be more on the policy decisions that, the Planning Commission gets to make recommendations on, and then the decisions that we get to make. And that's where some of those nuanced answers are important. And the answer that I focused on most, I think, because there was the greatest difference there, was the question that Councilmember McAllister brought up, which I think is an excellent one. That's when should we deviate from the general plan, and especially allowing conversion of industrial or commercial area to residential, because as we've talked about before, that's not going to come back. And I think what was interesting was Hank focused on uses, which I think is an important consideration, because we need to make the uses that people, benefit from directly available. And if those disappear, then, that they're very difficult to replace. So that's important. And I think DIALA focused a lot more on sort of a comprehensive strategic thinking about, is this sort of within the framework of the general plan and in the direction that we want to go. And a reason I give DIALA just a little bit more credit with that is, that we can't really control the uses. If there's, a mechanic, at a given parcel right now, there's no guarantee that mechanic will exist 5 or 10 years from now. And doing long range planning around that mechanic, I think is not quite the way I think we should approach land use, and instead focus on that blue area on the map, even if it's, some kind of low impact, low profile manufacturing plant or something. Even, if that manufacturing could occur somewhere else, is that something that we necessarily want to use in perpetuity? It may be a fine thing to convert to residential because we need housing, but that means we've lost the ability to have that kind of light industrial or general industrial use in perpetuity. And I think a more strategic approach can be valuable, rather than just focus on, is this something that people in Mountain View use right now? Let's focus on, is sort of this category of use important enough to preserve, so that way 10, 15 years down the road, we can allow for, light manufacturing that might provide, blue collar jobs to the community or whatever it is. So I do have a slight preference for DIALA, but again, very comfortable with both. I think they're both excellent candidates.
Thank you. Councilmember Matacek?
Thank you. So while my internet connection is not as stable as I wanted it to be, even after Comcast has been out here to address it, I could hear you guys most of the time, even though I couldn't see you. So I did hear quite a bit of this. Twice it rebooted. Yeah, I thought both did a very nice job. And we're fortunate to have two people who appear to be qualified to do this role and have interest in doing this role. Some of the things that Mr. Dempsey said really resonated with me. And one of them was that community sentiment is very important. And that one is very important to me. How does our community feel about a given project? And he also talked about the jobs housing balance. And, the other thing that I thought was interesting that he brought up, the impact of COVID basically on the commercial real estate market, and how might that change the plans we have in place, and do we need to think about that? So I feel like a lot of the things he said really resonated with me, and so I would give him a few more points for those answers, and would be supportive of appointing him. I also think about a little bit of diversity on the EPC. Hank would add a little bit more diversity than the other applicant, although I don't want that to be the total deciding factor. I just want to point that out. So I would support appointing Mr. Dempsey. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Hicks?
Well, I'm not going to be some kind of tiebreaker here. I want to agree with everybody that I thought that both applicants were excellent, and in some ways, and so I think we have fewer applicants than we've had in the past, but in some ways, very high quality applicants. So I feel like I'm at it's a particularly difficult position. I would really like to appoint both of them. I was impressed with, no, I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Is it Dyla or Dylan? Which one?
It's Dyla. There's a typo in the report.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So I liked the list under the question about criteria. I really liked the list of criteria that Dyla came up with. Equity, sustainable retail, open space, habitat, sense of place, aesthetics, strong neighborhoods, transportation choices, a few more. To me, those are really the things that, more than, I agree with the council members who've said you're not really, you're not, of course, legislating, and staff is really communicating the legislation to us more than the EPC members would be. So I really feel like it's a list of things like that list that that are what you're faced with when you're an EPC member. We could add a few things to that list, and I thought that Mr. Dempsey's some of his additions, such as, I agree, the changing nature of the retail environment under COVID and other land uses. I have to say, though, although I liked Dila's answer to that, when I talked to Mr. Dempsey privately, he used the term that talking about the UX, or the user experience of our city, and that's something I think about a lot in terms of urban design. So I wanted to add that to the conversation, and I'm actually willing to go whichever way other people do, because I was quite impressed with both and had things I liked about both people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I'll throw in my little 2 bits here. I like the role of EPCs to interpret policies and directions that the council provides and give their point of view on it. And it goes along with what Chris said about public policy, knowing it's out there, how to interpret it, how to apply it. As it's something to Hank's resume. And so I thought that was a good point. They all made great points on other aspects of it. I like the idea that the use when you're converting property. I mean, everything we're doing pretty much in Mountain View is infill, and so it's very important to figure out what really fits into Mountain View. And his response to the consumer is that we are losing a lot of those small consumers, those small businesses, because big money's coming in, taking over that space, and therefore people will be going to other locations. And I think we need to start looking at the complete neighborhood as we can be picky about what we're doing, or well, we could be a little more picky and say, okay, we need to fill in the gaps. We could do some niche stuff. And part of that is we're losing the small businesses, so what can we do to retain them? And so I thought that was important to me. So I support him. So I don't know if we're at the point of making a motion, but just to get things moving along. I know the vice mayor hasn't had a chance to speak yet, but for discussion points, I'll nominate Hank Dempsey to be our EPC commissioner.
Thank you. Is there a second before we? I'll go ahead and second it, or Councilmember Clark. All right. Okay. Vice Mayor, you had your hand up. Did you want to say a few words? And I'll say a few words after you.
I did. So I too just want to express my gratitude to both of the applicants. For me, I was just struck by both of the thoughtfulness to your answers. It really shined through how much you truly care about our community, and your call to service and your call to applying to EPC. And I just really want to thank you. And you're hearing us all wishing that we could appoint both of you tonight, and unfortunately there is just one spot. And I feel like for myself it's the slightest kind of thing for me, which is, I think, the technical aspect of EPC, or the growing aspect of EPC. I have found that in my experience that's kind of what really part of the role is that. And so I just very slightly felt that Hank had that background, and so that's the only kind of thing that put the edge for me, but I think that both are extremely exceptional, and I want to see both of you serve our community and be engaged and involved. I think that there was, answers that Ms. Ryan mentioned that really struck me, and I think that perspective is much needed in our commissions. We have over 10 now, and I think that it would be really great to have that perspective. So just wanted to add that. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. And I would just add that, yes, I will be supporting the motion. I do want to thank both applicants for applying and your interest in the EPC. And I too was thoroughly impressed by both. And yeah, it's a hard call. But as others have mentioned, we're in this new time where so much more of what we do is affected by what the state does. And I don't think of it actually as necessarily the technical knowledge. I mean, we do have staff for that, but it's just kind of having a pulse on what's going on, whether it's policy related and even politically. Over the last couple of years, I've had EPC members reach out to me, asking me, what's going on with SB 50 and so forth. And it would just be really helpful to have another person, especially, I give my hats off to Mr. Dempsey, because he's worked in in the Capitol, and knows how things work, knows the players too, and I think that's just going to be a really added benefit to have that kind of knowledge and background and the access to the folks who are making these policies in Sacramento on our side. So, and I did appreciate the comments made about what the interest that he has in terms of the changing times and COVID, and I think it's very current, and so for that I give the slight edge to Mr. Dempsey. So with that, I think we are ready to. Do we need to do a roll call vote on this?
Mayor, it's just a recommendation for the final action by council. Okay. So I think if you wanted to do a show of hands, and then we would bring it back for final action at a council meeting on consent.
Okay, great. So the motion is for appointing Mr. Dempsey. If you can raise your hand, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's unanimous. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you again to both Ms. Ray and Mr. Dempsey. And so actually, I thought we'd have a little time to break, but we don't. So we'll go right into our second study session. And then maybe we'll take a break after that. So our next item, do I need to do another call to order, or can I just continue?
I think, Mayor, if you would just call the study session to order, that would be great. And then I can just announce that all council members are present.
Okay, great. So we'll call the second study session to order at 5:31 p.m. Do I need to read the announcement again?
Perhaps maybe there's the announcement regarding the public participation component, just in terms of dialing in. I think that would be helpful.
Great. All right. So I'll just mention that the meeting is conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N2920, dated March 17, 2020, and all members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference. The public can observe the meeting as written on the agenda, and those members of the public wishing to provide oral comment, if you are in the attendee box, you can raise your hand, and if you are on the phone, actually, I'm sorry. So public comment, if you'd like to sign up, you can sign up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers if you are participating by Zoom, and then by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 951-7739-6182. And all members are present, so we'll go into the study session. Item 3.1 is our Traffic Operations Center Feasibility Study overview, and we have a staff presentation by Associate Civil Engineer Carla Ochoa. Welcome, Ms. Ochoa. Ms. Ochoa, are you able to connect?
Hi, this is Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. I believe she is working on connecting. She has to use both a laptop and a phone in order to connect through from home. So if we give her just a moment.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was able to log in last minute. Sorry, I missed it.
No worries. Welcome.
Shall I start the presentation?
Yes, please go ahead.
Apologize for the delay. All right. Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carla Ochoa. I'm an Associate Civil Engineer with the Traffic Engineering section of the Public Works Department. I'm joined today by our City Traffic Engineer, Lorenzo Lopez, and our Public Works Director, Dawn Cameron. We are here to give you an overview today of the ongoing Traffic Operations Center feasibility study. We'll be touching base on why the TOC study was initiated, our vision for the TOC, and our strategy for implementation. Over the last couple of years, Council's had Goal 3. Overall, this goal establishes a context for the first steps towards a transportation smart city. From this goal, a project that was established is the TOC feasibility study, which is currently ongoing and will ultimately inform the implementation of the implementation process of a TOC and lead the city one step closer to use innovative transportation strategies. So what's a TOC? A TOC is typically a secured facility secured by card reader access, and it's a large room, a section, or an area of a city or city lease facility that is composed of video wall, workstations, conference rooms, and to serve during emergency needs often has backup power sources for the key components and services for staff to operate during an emergency. A key element of the TOC is the Advanced Traffic Management Software, which is in essence the brains of the Traffic Operations Center. The software is the primary functioning element of the operations of the TOC, and for Mountain View, we envision the system allowing us to have a fully centralized system with all our 86 signals connected. We do have 5 to 10 new signals forecasted in just the next 5 years. So we would want the system to be able to accommodate that growth and any future signals as well. As part of the centralized monitoring, we would be able to view real-time status of signal indications at each of the intersections and would also have monitoring cameras at all the intersections. We would also plan to set up the TOC to expand beyond just a single TOC room by connecting to staff laptops and tablets so that we would have field access at all times. We also envision the TOC to allow us to do remote signal timing and signal management and maintenance. It's not uncommon for us to receive resident requests to review timing for greens that are too long or too short or yellows or other operational issues. So with the TOC, we would be able to confirm these issues a lot quicker and have a more efficient response and resolution. Another function of the TOC is to be able to do remote signal timing changes. You may be familiar with the mini video clip on the right of the screen. This is the Castro Villa intersection. It's currently an all-way flash. This was done as part of the Castro downtown closure. When we started working on this project, we had to do coordination with our signal technicians so if they could be on site at this intersection and several others to manually set them on flash. With the Traffic Operations Center, we would anticipate that these would be able to be done remotely and a lot more efficiently. Also, most TOC systems do have the ability to give notification alarms to staff. The alarms typically would notify staff when signal events happen, such as an all-way flash. These are critical in reducing our response times for repairs because they give the opportunity to staff to be more proactive rather than relying only on, or mostly on resident or staff reporting. I've already touched base on a few of these items. However, one of the benefits of having the remote monitoring would be to have the opportunity to improve traffic operations. We would be able to monitor signals on a more regular basis and would also have the ability to have faster and more efficient response to pedestrian bicyclist needs for operational or timing changes. Apologize for that. In the long term, we could also provide real-time data to roadway users similar to what the county uses. The images on the screen are real-time congestion map and travel time estimates from the county website. We'd also be able to use this information for incident management and detouring during unexpected major events. To that note, we would anticipate the TOC to also serve as emergency support by allowing us to have quicker incident identification through our cameras and signal management in setting, for example, signals on all-way flash when an activity is at or near an intersection, and also provide information to PD or fire departments so that they can do public notification through their social media sites. So, to that note, what do we need to achieve this goal of a transportation smart city? While the TOC is the home base for the central system, we need the infrastructure to be able to support it. Currently, much of the equipment that's needed out in the field to achieve that vision is either outdated, near its end of life, or simply does not exist at our signals. Much of that hardware will need to be installed or replaced to ensure all the signals are compatible with the system. As you can imagine, also need for comprehensive communication network to be able to bring all that data and video feed into the TOC. To achieve this, we envision a complete fiber optic network that reaches all our existing signals and allows for growth. In order to achieve this vision of the TOC and supporting infrastructure, we need to implement this project in phases that are not necessarily sequential. Initially, we anticipate a project for the TOC space, video walls, workspaces, and supporting hardware at the signals that already have communication. And as the opportunities come along, we would expand and improve on that infrastructure. These opportunities could come in the form of standalone capital projects or add-ons to other capital projects, or even as part of development projects when there's a nexus. Signal maintenance is also going to be critical to achieving this goal. As I mentioned, a lot of our hardware is reaching the near end of life. So as we have to make replacements, we need to seek opportunities to upgrade this equipment rather than just replacing in kind. To that note, we're here to get feedback on our vision for the TOC and our implementation strategy. So we're open to any feedback or questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Since this is a study session, we will go to public comment first. And so if you are in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. And if you are on the phone, please hit *9. And let's see, we'll start with April Webster, and let's go ahead with 3 minutes.
Hello, I just want to start by saying I think it's great that the system's getting updated. One thing I just wanted to ask regarding the signals for bicyclists is perhaps to consider some more modern technology. What is currently being used in Mountain View is an older technology. It's loop sensors. They tend to break. They're difficult to check, to debug as well. And really the only way to do that is through community feedback through Ask Mountain View. Where things are moving for other more progressive communities would be towards video sensors. They're touchless and they're more in line with where this proposal for the TOC. They're easier to debug and fix. You can be done remotely. That's what's being done in Palo Alto. Blue lights is also a newer technology. It is used to provide user feedback of sensor activation, which is very useful. Portland is one of the forerunners in adopting this sort of technology. So I just ask that the team investigating, working on this project, consider some newer technology for bicyclists as well. I see my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Bruce England. Please unmute yourself to talk.
Hi, council members. Bruce England speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. I'll echo what April just said. We've been talking about smart cities for a long time within our organizations. We had a presentation and discussions, I think a couple of years ago now, with Roger Jensen on IT staff at City, and Bill Pugh with Silver Spring Networks, now Itron, talking about a lot of these details. As April alluded to, the blue light system in Portland is very interesting. That hasn't really been expanded on in other locations that I'm aware of, but it's a real good way of alerting bicyclists that the signal has been actuated for them. Another solution is iTetris. These are cited in our comment letter, but I submitted it rather late, so I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at it yet, but you can look at it later. Something that isn't in the letter is how other departments might take advantage of this, or if this is, the Smart Cities Initiative is going to be handled by the individual departments. But I trust that that will all be coordinated and that you're all talking with each other, because it will be a full suite solution. The Ask Mountain View system needs to be tied in some way so that people who are monitoring traffic in the city can also look at the tickets and go back and forth in that way. We did ask the question about whether or not people with their individual computers, staff members with their own computers, if they would be able to monitor from there, wherever they are, rather than on dedicated workstations at the TOC. And lastly, we ask that the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee be consulted at one or more stages along the way, as they would be a key stakeholder in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? If so, please raise your blue hand or hit *9 if you're on the phone. I don't see any, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council for comments. Is that what you're looking for, Ms. Ochoa? Any comments? Councilmember Hicks?
Don't we start with questions? I have just one question.
Sorry, yes, that was questions and go ahead and do both.
Both, okay. Well, bit off more than my question was just that, and I asked this in my council questions, but the question that staff gave made me want to ask a follow-up question. So my question was about whether there were any privacy issues had ever been raised with the cameras that are used, and staff's answer was that it's not uncommon for cities to receive complaints about privacy, but the cameras are not for monitoring and don't record ongoing video, and the quality is often not sufficient to identify individuals. So I just had a follow-up question about that. One is, what does it mean not record ongoing video? I wasn't clear on what that meant. And then my second question was just whether we should refer this, just this one aspect, to the Committee for Race, Equity, and Inclusion, or the HRC, just to see if they're best practices. I don't think it's a huge issue, and I generally support what staff's recommendations, but I was just wondering whether maybe the HRC or somebody else could keep track of best practices in other cities, given that there are complaints in other cities apparently. So any comments staff might have on that would be helpful to me.
Hi, this is Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director, and thank you for that question and asking for more information. I would say definitely at the point where we are installing cameras, it is a best practice I've seen among other agencies to have a policy adopted that relates to how you're going, how you can view this material. And for instance, my experience is with the County of Santa Clara that has a very advanced TOC function. And they even stream the camera data online so any member of the public can see it. So the way that they handle privacy, and they have a very strict policy regarding this, is, as noted, the system does not record the video. You can only watch it in real time. So it avoids issues of having to say, somebody saying, can you go back and watch what happened here, or identify where this car is going or what that person is doing. Because the point is for traffic engineers or other staff to be able to monitor conditions in real time. What is streamed live to the public then is a resolution that is so low you cannot read license plates, you cannot identify individuals, and it's almost useless if they were trying to record it. So those are some of the practices that they put in place to protect. So that's what was meant by not ongoing video recording, is that it's meant to be viewed live. You don't store videos, and you don't have them accessible to retrieve in the future. And the goal is not to be able to recognize individuals, but to monitor what is happening with automobiles, bicycles, and pedestrians as they travel.
Sorry, having trouble with my unmute. Thank you so much. I knew you would have a better understanding of that than I do, and it was, privacy is an ongoing concern of mine. So, yes, so it sounds like you've looked at best practices, and I guess I would just, if there were a preponderance of complaints from the community, I would at some point maybe refer it to somebody like the HRC to work out the kinks. But now that I have that answered, you wanted comments as well. The first question is, does council concur with the vision, et cetera? I do. I've had my questions answered on that. And the second, do we support the proposed strategy for gradual implementation, et cetera? And yes, I do strongly support a phased approach, especially with a focus on enhancing and incentivizing alternative modes as opposed to just moving SOVs, ride-share vehicles, and driverless cars around faster. So bike and pedestrian, for instance, and transit. And then I'd also like to see, in terms of the building, whether we could maybe combine it with the police building or some other current facility. And other than that, yes, I support the staff recommendation. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, so Dawn, stop smiling. So, and Lorenzo, I like you on the freeway. Get into. So the question, I had a couple questions. One is, you were talking about the smart cities and fiber, and that's going to be something that's going to be going into the city. Will we be able also to incorporate fiber as long as we are upgrading the systems and the traffic signals that would be a benefit for the residents, that these could be various fiber pods and they will be able to be the foundation for a network going elsewhere?
Who would like to answer that?
That's a tricky one. I'll try. Lorenzo Lopez, City Traffic Engineer. The intent of this project was specifically for traffic signal infrastructure and communication. And I can't say I'm an expert on fiber, but my understanding is that we would not use the entire cable of fiber, and it's possible that strands may be available for other uses. And if we have a network going through the entire city, it's possible that something could be used for the public. But I think that's not the focus of this project or this study. But to have the network, you know, it would reach out to most corners of the city.
So I will add on to that, that if we have a capital project that involves us installing fiber, what we're doing is usually underground, we're installing conduits, then we're having to pull the fiber. If you're going to go through all that effort, logically, first thing you want to do is look around to see what other needs you can have there. Can you create capacity for other communication needs? And that could include whether it's internet access or whatever the issue is, because it's a major expense to dig the ground up, put in the conduit, and pull the fiber. So I would definitely say that when it's time to do so, we would be looking around and making sure that if there are other benefits we can provide from this, we would design it and construct it that way.
Yeah, in carpentry, they say mark twice, cut once. We'd be digging up the roads more than once. My other question is look at this fiscal year capital improvement CIP program. And we're talking about your implementation, and Lorenzo and Lorenzo's mentor, we were always talking about the traffic controllers that we have here. And you have a great picture of one on the first page of this study session, that we only fund these traffic or the major replacements of the signals controllers, and we're only funding about half of the cost of one every year. So the implementation would take us, I know, Lorenzo, you can shake more, it goes over a much longer period of time. So once we get this MOC, which I'm all, you know, getting this center going here, why are we going to take a little more faster phasing of signals so that you actually get full utilization out of the investment of this TOC, Traffic Operations Center?
That would be definitely something we want to look at, and it is something we acknowledge has been an issue with our CIP in the past, is, as Lorenzo likes to remind me on a regular basis, the amount of money we give him annually. He has to save about 3 years worth of money to deal with one upgrade or replacement of end-of-life traffic signal. So that is one of our challenges as we look at the 5-year CIP and a longer-term implementation plan is, you know, this is expensive. And, you know, what opportunities do we have to, and funding opportunities we have to do more of this on a faster pace? Because frankly, our signals, we can't afford this pace anyhow. Our signal infrastructure is at end of life, and we're going to have to replace more signals a little more quickly, and the controllers and so on. So we'll be exploring that, as well as various grant opportunities. There are some, not nearly enough to cover the full cost, but every dollar helps. And as Carla was showing, we look at every other opportunity. For instance, you will shortly be seeing a major street reconstruction project where we're saying if we're tearing up the ground and going through this intersection with an outdated end-of-life signal, let's go ahead and replace the signal at the same time. So we're only disturbing the neighborhood and area once, and we're also trying to cost efficiency of getting it all done. So we're going to try to be much more proactive of finding opportunities to replace our signals. And a key piece of this, as was alluded to in the report, is having our standards updated so that the new signals we're putting in will connect to the planned TOC when we get it built. So that's our current challenge, to make sure that we are putting in the technology we plan to use going forward.
Okay. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I knew that would be. So I'm going to go, that's the end of my question. So I'll go right into comments. You know, I've been begging council, let's go for smart cities. And this is a great start to get going, because it will cover so many facets of people's lives. A lot of people are talking about bicycles and pedestrians and all that. So, you know, there was an example of Tampa. They got $20 million from the feds to look into smart signals, smart cities, streets. And it touches all facets of people walking. I mean, you'll have these cameras or sensors have seen somebody standing at a corner of a signal, and they can adjust it so that if there's no cars, instead of waiting for a certain time, they can cross. Or if they see a lot of cars, or if they see somebody in a stroller going across the street, it will adapt to that person going slowly across the street to give them more time. And it's just incredible amount of consumer protection and consumer quality of life involved with those stuff. So I just can't say yes, invest. It's going to be a huge investment, but this is an investment that we have neglected, for Don said, for, well, you saw the photo of 1989, the tubes in there. You can't even get the tubes, get the signals to work, or the pieces. There was an intersection at Grant Road and Martins, I think it was, where they didn't have the pieces, so they had to manufacture them. Or there was the camera, or maybe it was at Grant Road and Cuesta, where they had the cameras and they couldn't buy them anymore, so they had to manufacture the in-house stuff. And so it's just incredible how much work we can do. I mean, we got the sustainable program, greenhouse gases. If you have cars idling when they don't need to be idle, the signals will say cars can keep moving. So yes, I think the vision is there, but the commitment to invest in it is the thing. And the second one, your phase, no, I don't support it. I think it's way too slow. I mean, if it's going to take you 20 years to replace the signals, by the time you replace the signals, they're obsolete. They're going to be obsolete in a couple of years. I mean, 4 or 5 years. So we need to really invest in this money and get it going, because it will be a huge benefit. And there will be other benefits that we haven't even thought about that will come along and be improved. I know we're working, I know the county and through VTA is one of the questions is, are there other TOCs with the city? And light rail is one of the big things that they're working on, is trying to get all the synchronization of the light rail through preemption, priorities, and all those cities. To do that, all the cities have to be on the same type of technology. And that's what we can also do with our bus route along El Camino. If we're all on that technology, then transit will be, congestion will go down, greenhouse gases will reduce, and vehicle miles traveled. So there's a lot of environmental stuff, quality of life, safety, convenience. So spend the money more now, invest in it. And so you speed up the phasing of this. I mean, it's been talked about. So I know that I will continue to keep you guys pushing to get this, but yes, it's needed. It's going to be part of our comprehensive modal program that Dawn promised me get done by January 1st. And so we will just continue. We continue. It's a progress. Other cities are going faster than we are. And if we want to have the county, and I think county's getting some money out there, we need to be on board with everybody. It'd be tough to be in Silicon Valley, home of some of the most advanced technological companies in the world. And a signal goes out, you know what they do? They send Public Works out there with a stop sign, puts it in the street and says, okay, everybody stop and see where we go. So I'm done with that one. So there's my thoughts.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Great, thank you. So I just had a couple quick questions. So one of them, and I think Councilmember McAllister brought this up, is, kind of given the high cost, are there any type of, grant opportunities or any other types of funding sources? I know that we're obviously looking into quite a few, but could you tell us a little bit more about what staff's envisioning? Should we go forward with this?
So there are grant opportunities, like Dawn said earlier. They're limited, but they do exist. Also, like we mentioned in the presentation, we anticipate this to be a support for emergency services. So we will be collaborating with our PD and our fire, and there may be opportunities for them to help with grants as well. We haven't fully explored that, but I have heard of state grants for safety that they might be able to collaborate with us on.
Yeah, I guess I was just hoping to find out if there was just a little bit more between the presentation and kind of what you all were talking about. You know, I think that kind of given the high cost, I'm hoping that hopefully we can move in the direction of pursuing this, but also, you know, capitalizing as much as we can. And I know Ms. Cameron's always looking out for that. So just wanted to know if there was anything newer. And then something that was mentioned in the staff report, and, you know, I just kind of wanted to better understand is, so, you know, other communities, other cities have been able to move forward with this infrastructure a bit faster, it sounds like, or have kind of had this going in place for a number of years. And so I was just kind of curious, you know, we tend to be a leader in Mountain View in many ways, you know, how how have the other cities been able to kind of move forward, or are there any kind of best practices or lessons learned that we'll be able to kind of take as we pursue this and move forward?
Oh, I'll take a stab at that one. We do collaborate with a lot of the other cities around us, and we talk to them on a regular basis, monthly, in multiple countywide meetings. And, you know, that was something that kind of brought this whole idea to Mountain View, was we see what everybody else is doing and we're so far behind. We need to start preparing our infrastructure so we can get to that level, or at a bare minimum, communicate with our signals. So we look at the other cities constantly for ideas, and, you know, we have, you know, it's a small world in traffic. So we know people in all the other agencies that we can reach out to when we have questions or ask for advice. So it's definitely something that we are doing. I wanted to kind of step back for the previous questions and concerns about funding and all of this. We don't necessarily have to replace an entire signal in all cases. So there may be a signal that's relatively new that we can go in and replace the controller and some other components. And once that communication is there, we can connect to it, and that signal will be set up to be more efficient. And we do have another actual account for those type of purchases if it was just to be a controller. So like Dawn said, I always wonder why we get such a small amount to build a new intersection every year. It takes 2 or 3 years worth of funding, but we do have those other avenues to replace smaller components of the intersection that will bring that intersection up to more current standards. So hopefully that helps.
That sounds. Oh, I see you, Ms. Cameron. Mm-hmm.
If I may add on, you know, I have served on numerous grant scoring committees with VTA and other regional bodies, and I have seen our neighboring cities come in and successfully get really good grants for, you know, San Jose in particular once got a grant to replace 100 controllers, which may not be the entire signal system, but it's still a major investment. Other times to put in the camera system. Now, the key and the reason that they were successful is because they had a vision and a plan, and therefore they could sell it. And that's my feeling on a reason that Mountain View has not been maybe bringing in the kind of money that we might be able to bring in, is that we needed this vision, we need this plan, we need this commitment, and we need matching funds available in our CIP to go after grants. And with that, then we would then try to leverage our city resources through various grant sources.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Cameron. I think that, you know, connects the dots quite nicely, and it gets at the heart of the question that I was asking. And, you know, I work in telecommunications, so I understand, you know, the high infrastructure costs and needing to go in and maybe not necessarily having to start from scratch, but being able to swap out some pieces of infrastructure. So really appreciate that. And it sounds like we're being creative.
kind of was curious. So in terms of the questions, so for question 1, yes, I concur with the vision and excited that that will be useful as we try to leverage more funds. And, you know, I think that, you know, given question 2, the proposed strategy of the gradual implementation, you know, I think that makes sense now. I wonder if once we adopt this plan and this vision, if we might be able to, you know, create some more momentum. You know, so I think right now it makes sense, kind of given where we are. But I would be curious. Perhaps it could be in a, you know, in our CIP update, if you feel like we can move. I don't want to say faster because I feel very sensitive to using that word. I'm not Councilmember McAllister, but I think if we see that there's like if we see the momentum building, perhaps we can move more swiftly, and we can move those benchmarks up. So I would also be open to that, but kind of defer to staff on what makes sense as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councilmember Medichak. Let's see, did we lose her? She's having connection problems. I think we may have lost her. Oh, so why don't I go to Councilmember Clark?
I just wanted to chime in and say I appreciate all the work that's been done on this. I remember almost 8 years ago visiting the operations center for the county expressways, and being you know, wishing that we had something like that in Mountain View. So just a you know, yes to both questions. I'm glad we're making progress on this, and appreciate all the work that's gone into it. Otherwise, I don't have anything of value to add.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Medichak, you are back.
Yeah, I really apologize. My connection has been fine for weeks, and all of a sudden it's not. So I'm going to come to City Hall at the break. And I apologize if these questions were asked and I just didn't hear it because my connection went down. I was wondering, and I'm guessing staff has looked at this, but I was wondering if you had thought about, you know, do we need a certain amount of critical infrastructure first before we build the TOC? Because if we only have a couple of nice corridors where all the infrastructure has been upgraded, you know, do we really need the TOC? Or, you know, have you thought about, you know, we need a critical mass, like maybe, I don't know, 25, 40% of the infrastructure in place before you build the TOC? On the other hand, if the TOC is 5-10% of the total cost, the bulk is in the infrastructure, then I could see where you might not do that. And I was just wondering, had you thought about that and looked at different options, or will you be doing that as part of the next steps?
I can take a shot at that question. We haven't explored specific numbers. I think what's going to be critical, to be honest, is to take advantage of the opportunities as they come up. A lot of, for example, if we get grants or projects that are ongoing, taking advantage of the trenching that's already going in there. So in terms of having a specific percentage of infrastructure established before we get to TOC might be challenging. And at the same time, we want to take advantage of the communication we already do have. As we mentioned in the report, we have some communication through Shoreline and Grant, and we want to take advantage of it. Those are two of our major corridors throughout town. So I don't think, I think it will be difficult to identify specific percentages, but ultimately we need to take advantage of those as we go and develop the basically run, like I said, the phasing shouldn't be necessarily sequential. So we're hoping to run some of these projects parallel to each other, including the TOC space.
Okay, so unfortunately my internet went out again during part of your answer. So I'm just going to go through the questions real quick and then come to City Hall. So I I think it's great that we are going to do this. I so appreciate staff bringing this to us. So I do agree with the vision and the functions of the TOC. As you can kind of guess from my question, I want to make sure we have a critical mass. We take advantage of opportunities as they come our way, in terms of either projects or grants or anything to do the infrastructure. And if that happens before the TOC, I'm okay with that. Investment in the TOC. But if staff tells me otherwise, I'm open to that. I just want to make sure we take a look at that.
Could you repeat the last part? You cut out, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the last part was, I do want to make sure we have a critical mass, and we take advantage of opportunities that come our way. And whether it's an opportunity for, the infrastructure or the TOC, but I do want to make sure that we have a critical mass to monitor before we invest a ton of money in a TOC. So that says to me we need to have, some corridors already up and running, with improved monitoring and infrastructure that the TOC would leverage. But I'm really excited about this, and now I'm going to come to City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilor Ramirez, did you have any comments?
Thanks, Mayor. Very briefly, yes to questions 1 and 2. I think the staff recommendation is reasonable. And as much as I would like to see faster implementation, I understand it's, financially not feasible right now. And there are a lot of, competing projects. So I'm very comfortable with the staff recommendation.
Great, thank you. And I would add the same. I appreciate staff bringing this to us. I actually had thought that we were working on this, so it's I appreciate that staff has brought this forward, and I guess we need to get going. And I would just say, yes, I do wish we could go sooner, but I think that having a plan can potentially help in that realm. We've done that with other projects. Once we have a plan, we can, be ready to take opportunities as they come. So I appreciate staff going ahead and working on that, and we'll look forward to the progress. It looks like location is a big issue. My first thought was, as we build or decide what to do with a new police station, perhaps we can include the TOC into that project. But I'm totally open to other options too. So with that, anyone else have any final comments? Staff, is that good enough for staff? Yes, okay, great. Well, thank you very much. So let's see, actually we have a little time, so why don't we take a break, and we have to take a break, and we'll be back at 6:30 for the regular session. And could we (69900-9128) and entering webinar ID 951-7739-6182. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 4:30 p.m. will be entered into the record for the meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. And if you can, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will go to roll call, please, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak. Not yet. Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei. Mayor Abikoga.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Abikoga.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we all members are present with Councilmember Matichak on her way. So we will go to presentations, and I wanted to start off actually, as you know, most of you probably know, we were, in terms of COVID-19 and the sheltering in place, we have been placed, Santa Clara County has been placed into the purple tier. We were in the orange tier, so we actually have gone back down 2 tiers. And this happened, I think I would say by surprise, yesterday. And so we actually did not have listed a COVID update, but in light of this sudden change, I wanted to ask our city manager, Kimber McCarthy, if she would provide some more information about what this means.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so while I do have an update this evening, it's a little bit different than my normal update, which is a more detailed presentation, but I do want to add just a few comments to what the mayor mentioned, just because this is breaking news, essentially, for what we expected to happen. So actually at 12:01 a.m., we were moved to the purple tier. And up to this point, the messaging from the county had been that Santa Clara County was likely going to be moving to the red tier. So the way that the tier structure works is there are, if you recall, it's the blueprint for the safer economy. There are 4 color structures or different tiers, ranging from the most severe, which is what we're in now, the purple tier, to the red tier, to the orange tier, to the yellow tier. So essentially what has happened is the state is sounding the alarm. That is actually a term that has been used over the last couple of days with just the rising number of cases that have been happening statewide. So in fact, we have actually seen statewide the fastest increase in cases yet since the pandemic started. So even a faster increase than where we were at in the spring and the early summer. So this is really why our county has moved back into the purple tier, but we are not alone. So right now, 94% of California's population is now in a county with in the purple tier. So there is widespread transmission of COVID right now. Just in terms of what we're seeing countywide in terms of positive cases. So today, the Public Health Department reported 345 new cases. and 2 additional deaths. So now we are up over 29,000 cases and almost 450 deaths. We also have hospitalizations on the rise, so 32 new individuals were hospitalized. So we currently have 151 hospitalizations countywide. We're also seeing an increase right here in Mountain View. So just as of yesterday, we had 9 new cases. So now we have a total of 751 cases. And if you remember the updates that I've been giving at least last week and then a couple weeks prior to that, I was saying that we were seeing on average between 1 and 3 cases per day in Mountain View. So now that we had just 9 yesterday, that is clearly going up even in Mountain View. And then even last Friday, we had 14 new cases here in Mountain View on Friday. So we are reflecting the significant increases here locally that we're seeing statewide. So the governor did hold a press conference yesterday about this, and a couple of the things that he noted that we are still waiting to find out about is he did note the potential for a curfew on business hours. We have yet to hear anything further about that. I don't know what that means, and so we're waiting to find out if and when that may happen. But that's certainly something that has not been done statewide. So we are waiting to see what may come of that. And then in terms of other activities that may be closed. So right now, there are most activities are closed indoors, but are allowed to open with modifications. So that's really what the purple tier is. I won't go through the whole entire list, but essentially what all this means is that we need to do a better job statewide. We need to all do a better job at making sure we're wearing our face coverings, making sure that we are doing as much outdoors as we can, and really simply just not congregating with people outside of our household. So I think that officials are very concerned about Thanksgiving and the December holiday period of people getting together and then case counts rising. So I think what we'll do over these next few days and weeks is just see how the state reacts to this. If our case counts continue to increase, it is potential that they may take other action. So at this point, we don't know yet, but just the fact that most of the state is in the purple tier is an indication that things are really ramping up, and our health officer has indicated that she is extremely concerned right now. So that unfortunately is not a great update for this evening, but I think what we need to do is just make sure that we are following all the rules and doing things as safely as possible. And we will continue to keep everyone updated as we learn more information. So that's it for my verbal update on COVID, and we'll continue to keep everyone informed.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Ramirez, we have a question.
Just a quick question. So how will the regression to purple tier impact city operations and services?
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. So it really doesn't necessarily impact our operations from the sense we still have most of our workforce working from home, and that isn't changing right now. We are planning to at least work from home through March, with potential extension after that as we learn more information. In terms of what is and isn't allowed, there are certain things like indoor pools and indoor gyms, which actually we were planning to open the city gym. So that's changing. But in terms of just our operations in general and what's happening now, it really isn't that much of a change because we've already pivoted to doing most of our stuff virtually, and we've changed like our drive-through events and our appointment system. So all that's changed over the past few months. I think the biggest impact is really to our businesses and activities.
Great, thank you.
Great. Do I need to open this up for public comment, City Attorney?
This was a late addition to the agenda, and it was more in the nature of an announcement. But it wouldn't hurt to just see if there's any members of the public who are interested in speaking.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any members of the public wishing to comment on this? If you are in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand, and if you're on the phone, please hit *9. And let's go 2 minutes. Stephen Goldstein, please unmute yourself to speak.
I hope I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay. Just wanted to say, I'm sorry, but this has been actually predicted for at least 3 or 4 weeks that we knew we were at least going to go to the red tier. The fact that we jumped to the purple tier was actually also quite what for a long time anticipated. Now, the real problem that we're going to be dealing with here is that you just pointed out that the city is now doing work from home up until March. Well, that would mean that the city knows that nothing is going to be getting back to anywhere close to normal until at least March, if not many months later, because yes, we've gotten some potentially good news regarding vaccines, but the problem I'm thinking is that these press releases are not medical research. And so what's really, I think, going on, in fact, is that these companies are trying to spike their stock prices up prior to the end of the year so that they can get their bonuses. And then what's going to happen is that just short to the end of maybe during the weekend between this Christmas and New Year's, they're going to announce, our results haven't been verified and we can't go into delivery of a vaccine yet. So I'm just hoping that they're right, but I'm anticipating that they're wrong. The real problem is that by the end of January, the eviction moratoriums are going to end. And now that we are now back to purple, I would say that it would be a very good time for the city council to get together and start discussing a possible extension again of an eviction moratorium in the city. That's all I'm going to say at this time, but thank you very much for giving me the time. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to comment? You can raise your hand. I don't see anyone else, so I will close public comment on this item. And thank you, City Manager. We will move on to the next presentation. And we are continuing with inviting our community partners to do presentations and updates on their activities. And this evening, we are grateful to have an update from the Los Altos School District, and we have Superintendent Jeff Bayer joining us. Welcome, Mr. Bayer.
Good evening, afternoon, evening. Do you want, I don't know protocol, Mayor, should I turn on the camera or what's your preference?
If you wouldn't mind, we would love to see you.
Not at all, I just don't want to break your protocols. Thank you for inviting me both to Ms. McCarthy and I know Mayor Abicoga, we spoke at the Resiliency Roundtable meeting and give an update at that time, and I appreciate you inviting me to provide that same or similar update here tonight. It's just going to be a verbal update to let you know what's going on. So in Los Altos School District, we have begun a reopening process to returning children to campuses who wish to come. Parents still have the choice to take part in virtual instruction for their children, which is completely distance learning, or return to campus. And we are in a blended or hybrid format where children return 2 days per week and then work asynchronously distance 3 days a week at home. This is really getting at the in-person instruction element that we have been missing. And we know that the impact on children varies. So providing these options for parents, we think is really important. And we have certainly noticed that the children enjoy the human contact both with their peers and with their teachers when they're on campus. But getting there was quite a chore because it is a complicated endeavor with the protocols and requirements set up by both the state of California and Santa Clara County Public Health Department. So we focus on a number of key safety provisions. Screening is a part of it. Both staff and students have to complete a screening protocol before they come onto campus each day, and we check that and follow up on those who haven't. Face coverings are required we've actually implemented it for all students from transitional kindergarten all the way up the line. 6-foot distancing in classrooms is also a part of our return protocol. We focus on hand hygiene, making sure that time is built in for students washing their hands, especially after key activities, both in the classroom and outside the classroom. We are also partnering with El Camino Hospital. They've been a fantastic partner in providing asymptomatic testing for both our staff and our students who are working on campus. We've recently expanded it to students in working with the hospital. And that's offered, it rotates around to different campuses in the district, but about every 2 weeks, there's an opportunity for testing. So we're really grateful to El Camino for partnering with us on that. Also, ventilation is a big part of ensuring that our staff and students are as safe as possible and really mitigating the spread of COVID-19. And we also have a regular cleaning and disinfecting protocol in place in the district. We set up this summer. I think everyone was anticipating that we would be back on campus from the start. That didn't happen, but we went ahead and set up all our classes and queried all of our parents and asked them to make a choice whether they wanted ultimately a hybrid or blended approach or a virtual approach, so that we would be able to set up classes and have as little disruption as possible once we got the green light to go ahead and start in-person instruction. So right now we have about 30% of our students, TK through 6, about 30% of our students virtually, and about 70% of our students wanting the in-person. They're not all back on campus yet, so that's whether they either want it right now or want it in the future. So it's about a 70-30 split. And again, we really have built those classes for that. We are on a return regimen right now. We have started with our special day classes. Those are students who really do have the most difficult time in the distance learning format. We have classes ranging from mild to moderate disabilities to moderate to severe disabilities, as well as what we call a therapeutic special day class for students who are dealing with more severe behavioral and emotional issues. So those students return first to our campuses. They return to 5 of our 9 campuses. And those were Santa Rita and Block and Egan and Covington and Loyola. And those students came back on September 28th. So they've been back for a while now. We followed those students up with bringing back our youngest students. So transitional kindergartners, and first graders returned on October 12th. Second and third graders, we welcomed back last week on November 9th. And then grades 4 and 5 are scheduled to return on December 7th. For grades 6, 7, and 8, we're looking for them to return after the start of the new year, at the semester break. So those are our regular education classrooms that are coming back. We know that some students, whether they're coming back in person or whether they're remaining virtual, have a really hard time in a non-in-person format, and they need additional support for a variety of reasons. So we have opened up what we call LASD Plus, which is an opportunity for students to come back onto campus more frequently. They come back, and even if it may not be their day, so to speak, if they're students on Monday and Tuesday in person, they come back to campus also on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for some supervision in the distance learning. It keeps them engaged and it keeps their progress continuing. So we have that now up and running, or it will be up and running in the coming weeks at every one of our campuses, and some of our campuses with a higher need have multiple sessions of that happening. The cohort sizes are small. Needing to adhere to the county requirements has really meant that classes don't get larger than about 14 or 15 students. In some cases, they're as small as 7 or 8 students as we break our classes into 2 essentially on a Monday, Tuesday, or a Thursday, Friday regimen returning to campus. We are giving our families opportunities to switch during the course of the year. There are a couple dates that they're going to be able to make a switch, one in January and then another one in March. It is, you know, at this point, really just based on parents' comfort with returning to campus in person. With regard to the earlier comment about the state or the county moving into the purple level, the most severe, that for us, that actually does not have an impact since we have already started returning students to campus. We can continue with our return schedule. We will, of course, work closely with Santa Clara County Public Health to make sure we're doing it in the safest way possible and seek their guidance with any changes or upticks we want to be paying attention to as we return kids to campus. But it has been, I can tell you, very positive so far. And it is great to see kids, albeit in smaller numbers, back on campus, enjoying the company of one another at a distance and of their teachers as well. So happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. Any questions from council members for Mr. Bear? I don't know if you're able to answer this, but have you had any cases since you've opened?
We have had one student case.
Okay.
We actually have that data up on our website. We have a dashboard. We think that, you know, making sure we're transparent with what's going on the campuses is going to build confidence in our community. So we have had one case at Almond School of a student. So there are a series of communications that go out to classmates who are close contacts, etc. We have had no additional positive test results as a result of that one case to this point. So we are hoping that's a result of the mitigation measures that we have in place, right? Because we know that there are going to be cases. It is widespread in our communities, but we really have those protocols in place to mitigate the spread should it appear.
That's really promising to hear. So thank you. I'm going to open this up for public comment. So if there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your blue hand if you're in the attendee box. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. And let's go 2 minutes and we'll start with Cynthia Razo. You can unmute yourself, please, to start speaking.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My question is, I understand that thankfully, since the school is open and some of our kids excel in being present versus virtually, I hope that the cases don't continue and we go back to red or even a better standard for COVID. But in the uncertainty that we have right now, if the cases continue to exceed, is there a possibility that the schools might stop this in-person learning and go back to 100% virtual? That's my question. Or is that something that the mayor can establish, even though we have already started the in-person learning? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll answer that when we go back to Mr. Bear. Are there any other public comments on this item? I don't see any more hands, so I will close public comment. And would you be able to answer that question, Mr. Bear?
Yeah, certainly. There is a process by which a school would be ordered closed or a district be ordered closed. That was actually set forth in the state directives issued on July 17th, I think it was, of this year. And that is if there is, if we reach the 5% threshold of people on campus, so that includes staff and students, right? Because we're all human beings and you know have potential here of contracting this. If we reach 5% within a 14-day period, we would need to report that to the health department, work in consultation with them, and the understanding is that the school would be closed for a determined period of time by the Santa Clara County Public Health Department. As far as a district goes, if what I just described happens to 25% of our schools within that 14-day period, then in all likelihood, the public health department would order the district closed at that point. So there are metrics set up for that.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to reiterate that it is the Santa Clara County Public Health Department that sets the orders, not the mayor or the school district. It's actually the County Public Health Department in conjunction with the state of California. So we as cities and school districts basically follow the orders and protocols. With that, I don't see any more hands. So again, thank you so much for joining us, Superintendent. Please stay safe and be well.
Thank you. Appreciate the invitation. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll go on to our next presentation. And this one is, I'd say, bittersweet. We are sadly going to be saying goodbye to our City Clerk, Lisa Natush, who has been so wonderful in serving our community and assisting us on the City Council, and has been such a wonderful addition to our city organization. As most of you probably know, the City Council gets to appoint the City Clerk, the City Attorney, and the City Manager, and so she has definitely been an integral part of our operations, and especially this year in this unusual time of a pandemic, there was a need for a lot of adjustment in how we do things around here, and she has just been so wonderful and fabulous and getting things up and running quickly and helping us run these meetings smoothly on Zoom. And so I can't thank you enough, Lisa, for all that you've done for us. And sadly, I'm sad to see that, to have to say goodbye, but we wish you well in your next endeavors. And if I may, we do have a proclamation that we would like to present to you, and I'd like to go ahead and read it. And then if other council members would like to make comments afterwards, that would be great. So, whereas the City Council meeting calendar has been rigorous and Lisa Natush spent significant time successfully preparing agendas, attending council meetings, coordinating meeting logistics, preparing meeting minutes, and processing council actions. And whereas with the declaration of a local emergency in March 2020 due to COVID-19 and the governor's order regarding the ability to hold remote meetings of legislative bodies, Lisa worked quickly to collaborate with the Information Technology Director to host and properly notice meetings by video conference, which was initially a tremendous lift as it was uncharted territory for cities. Lisa collaborated with city clerks, troubleshooting and working to define best practices to ensure transparency and continued public access to meetings. And whereas in order to allow for equal access to the video conference meetings, Lisa implemented a number of options for public participation, and as staff gained experience with video conference meetings and the security and functionality of Zoom improved, she streamlined processes for efficiency while still maintaining a variety of options for the public to participate in meetings. And whereas Lisa worked closely with staff to support the advisory bodies, conducting recruitments for vacancies, responding to questions related to video conference procedures, sharing expertise in the Brown Act and agenda management, providing support and training as necessary, and hosting the annual advisory body recognition event in October 2019, a year ago, whereas Lisa worked closely with the City Council Policy and Procedures Committee to review and update City Council policies as appropriate, including advisory body attendance, modifying public comment time, as well as use of speaker cards to cue speakers. And whereas Lisa prepared and conducted elections, including the March 3rd, 2020 special election that included a ballot measure on reforming the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act, as well as the November 3rd, 2020 general election of City Council members, along with a referendum measure on oversized vehicle parking restrictions, which required a significant amount of time and focus, strict adherence to deadlines, and completion of complex administrative tasks per the California Elections Code. And whereas Lisa has always worked diligently with a can-do attitude and in a positive manner, developed procedures for standard processes, which has helped to identify and eliminate redundancies, and has built in her city clerk team the importance of teamwork, accountability, and customer service. Now, therefore, I, Margaret Abe-Koga, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, City staff, and the community, do hereby express gratitude and appreciation to Lisa Natusch for her many contributions to the City of Mountain View, signed and sealed the 17th day of November 2020. And again, I believe Wanda Wong has the actual proclamation there. There it is. And so thank you again for all of your service. And would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. I'm in the unique position to actually get to receive the hard copy. So thank you so much. Really, thank you for this very special recognition. It was so kind of you. It's been an honor to work with such a dedicated and innovative and supportive City Council. My clerk's office team, Wanda and Margarita, and now Jeanette. My fellow council appointees, Kimbra and Christian. And the incredible department head team and city staff, and of course, the Mountain View community, which is so engaged. And I've been so fortunate to build such strong relationships with so many. And I'm extremely grateful. And I'm just very grateful for my time here. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I will miss all of you.
Well, thank you again for all of your dedication and commitment to our city and to helping us on council to keep going during these odd times. Any council members, would you like to? Councilmember Mattercheck, I'm sorry, I think I was on mute there. Please feel free to comment. And I'm sorry, could you unmute yourself now?
Oh, sorry, I thought I did. I'm sorry. I want to thank Lisa. You've been an absolute joy to work with. I so appreciate everything you've done for the city, and I really appreciate everything you've done for the council, especially last year when I was mayor. It was just great to work with you, and the amount of support was absolutely incredible. I really appreciate, as it said in the resolution, your positive can-do attitude. It just makes the world of difference. And I just have to say again how wonderful it is to work with you because of that approach you take, but also you're just so good at what you do. It's going to be really, really different for us to have a new city clerk. I've gotten so used to you and the level of support you provide. It's just been absolutely wonderful. I really wish you were staying with us, but I totally understand you have to do what's right for you. And I don't hold that against you, although I will miss you horribly, as I know others will as well. So thank you, Lisa, again, for everything you've done for us. It's just been a tremendous amount of time and effort you put in, and I so appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, I just wanted to say 3 quick things. First, as someone who ran for office without planning for years ahead to do so, I just wanted to thank you for helping me with that process and making me feel welcome and oriented. And I'm sure everybody else who's run, particularly for the first time, would probably give you the same thanks. And second, the 2 years that I've served have been, from what I've heard, they're the only years I've served, but they've been particularly hard years, I think. Both last year we dealt with a lot of difficult issues and very heavy work schedule, and then this year is understandably unique. So I wanted to thank you again for kind of orienting me and helping us all through those 2 difficult years. And then lastly, although I wish you were not going, I want you to know that I understand, having raised small children to become college students myself. I do understand if you need to make that decision to, to be closer to home and family. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hicks.
And Councilmember McAllister?
Well, I'm going to take a little liberty and include Chris in my thank you. But Chris, look at that. The thought of not being there with Chris and I was devastating, and it was a hard thing to do. But I can understand you leaving beforehand. But all serious aside, you really raised the bar of the city clerk's position in my eyes. I've been here for 8 years plus 5 on planning, so I got to meet the city clerks. But you really raised the bar, and expectations are there now. So whoever replaces you, and maybe you change your mind, you come back, you'll realize, take that month off. It's going to be high expectations to do that, and the way how you got your staff working together and how you work with the other departments and coordinate everything. And me, being the lone dinosaur among the 7 council members, always looking for that physical packet that I could actually read, was a well-thanked privilege that I had, that you guys would spend the time to keep this cranky old man happy and give him his staff report. It made my job tremendously easier. I think because of having that, I was able to explore and get into the weeds where the city manager didn't always like me to get into, but I got there. But, thank you so much for that. That's an extra step that you did. You did a lot of those little extra things that people don't see or think about, and I remember on a Saturday I showed up, and there's Lisa with Wanda going there, and I go, oh, come on, ladies. They were taking boxes away, and I go, come on, you're out of here. Why are you doing this work? She says, I got the heart. So thank you again for so much you've done for everybody, and we wish you the best of luck. And the best city to have dinner is in Mountain View. So catch the train, come on down and say hi to us. Wish you the best.
Thank you so much, Councilmember McAllister.
Yes, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So I also just wanted to echo thanks on behalf of the entire city organization and the department head team and all the employees, and just tell Lisa how much she'll be missed. She has been tremendous, as many of you have mentioned, and as the proclamation states. She has been wonderful to work with. She has been just the consummate professional in going through these last few months, and I just wanted to tell you, Lisa, just how impressed I've been with just how quickly you were able to pivot and adapt in March. I think that we were one of the first cities to get up and running on Zoom because we had a lot of meetings that occurred during that time, arguably probably a lot more than some other agencies in that March, April, May timeframe. So just what you were able to do and how you were able to make it work so seamlessly was just so impressive to me and the rest of the organization. So I just want to thank you for that. And I'll also end on this note that I'm not sure that any of us will forget the meeting till 3:30 a.m. where you read hundreds of emails into the record and did it with energy and ease and being calm. So I want to thank you for that. And I think that just demonstrates just your professionalism and excellence in being a city clerk. So thank you so much. We are really going to miss you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wishing to make comments, please raise your blue hand. And we'll go with 2 minutes. We'll start with Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Lisa, you are hardcore, and I'm going to miss you so much. And I'm really sad when I get to start coming back in person that you won't be there to chat with.
Thank you. And we'll go to Emily Ramos. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Can you hear me? Okay, you're nodding. Hi, City Clerk Natosh. I'm so sorry to hear that you're leaving. When I heard the news, I was so sad. You are absolutely a champ. The city manager mentioned the grueling 3 a.m. meeting that you needed to read through the millions of emails, and it's really kind of funny because I was on different Slack threads, and everyone was just like, the city clerk's a champ right there. Someone get her a what is it called, the thing where when you're sick and you need to for your sore throat. Like, everyone was thinking about, like, should we come up with a pool for lozenges? Someone was saying, like, should we come up with a pool to just like drop off a whole bunch of them to the city clerk as our token of appreciation? But you were truly such a gem to our community. You everything that we have generally asked for, you have always tried to be helpful. I'm so sad to see you leave, and we may, like, if you are going to another city, we may just drop by and say hi to those city council meetings or town council meetings, whichever city it is. It'd be like, Hillsborough, here we come. But thank you so much for your work. I am so sad to see you go, but we are so happy that you're doing what's best for yourself and your family. And thank you so much for your work with our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to comment? If not, I will close public comment. And again, as you can tell, we will all sorely miss you, but we wish you all the best, Lisa, and I know that you'll be close by, and hope that we will be able to continue to keep in touch, and you're always welcome in Mountain View. And I just wanted to also recognize Sylvia von der Linden, who has joined us this evening. She is our interim city clerk and has started yesterday, I believe. And so thank you very much, Sylvia, for joining us and filling in at this time. And we really appreciate that. So welcome to Mountain View.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go on to our consent calendar, item 4. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to pull it, but I do have a question for the city manager about 4.2, the council meeting schedule. Should I ask now or wait until after public comment?
Yes, go ahead. You can go ahead and ask now.
Okay. So one of the things I was thinking about reviewing the schedule is we do have potentially, a major set of decisions to make related to the expiration of the eviction moratorium, and I was wondering if it would be helpful to provide any direction related to that, or if you have within your ability the option to insert an emergency meeting the way we have done previously.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. Yes, I think what we have been able to do over the last few times where we've had special meetings or emergency meetings, as we've called them, I believe we've had 2 or 3. I think that that would be something that we would look at doing in January. So I wasn't necessarily wanting to pick a date right now just because I want to see what's going to happen with the state. But absolutely, I think putting it on everyone's radar that is likely to occur in January. So although you may not see it listed on the schedule, there is a potential for that. And I think that is within my purview and working with the next mayor to call that meeting and coordinate on a time where we may have to do that.
Great, thank you.
Any other items council members would like to pull or or speak to? Nope. If not, are there any members of the public who would like to speak on any items on the consent calendar? If so, please raise your blue hand if you're in the attendee box and hit *9 if you are on the phone. I don't see any hands, so I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Clark.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matichak.
Second.
Any other discussion on the consent calendar? There's a motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember Matichak. And if not, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. We'll go on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3, we'll decide the time, and state law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on a non-agenda item? And again, if you are in the attendee box, please press your raise hand button at the bottom to raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. And let's see, we have 2, so we'll go 3 minutes and start with Stephen Goldstein. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Thank you again for giving me a chance to discuss things. I again just want to point out that what we're really going to have to do at this point in time is start making some longer term plans regarding the situation we're dealing with here. The simple fact is we are not anywhere near out of the woods yet when it comes to the crisis we're living through right now. And what we're going to have to do is, I understand that there's been a lot of work done regarding providing things like rental assistance and things like that regarding the city and so on. But right now it's really a situation of we've been doing things, trying to plan things ahead, maybe 3 or at the most 6 months down the line. And right now we're not looking like we really have any light at the end of the tunnel yet still, until we get some kind of final statement saying that the CDC or the NIH has turned around and said we have a proven safe vaccine and we're about to deliver it. The latest news I'm hearing is that they're talking about an emergency authorization. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe yet. As a matter of fact, under those circumstances, what you're going to have is you're going to have only the emergency and essentials people being given the vaccine. And the scary part will be is if it turns out it blows up in our face and it turns out to start taking down our medical professionals that we need in order to fight the disease as a whole. I'm deeply concerned that that might end up being the situation that we wind up into. I'm hoping not, but I'm just wanting to say we really we have to really get the long-term plans in place. I said this way back in January of 2020, and I'm still saying it now. And it just seems like wherever I go and whatever I hear, it's always talking about, oh, we have things going for 6 months down the line. We can't trust that anymore. We have to do something that will establish a long-term stability that will make sure that, if anything, if things were to get better, we would be in a position to make the most use of it. But right now we're not. And I'm hoping that maybe in the future, either this current city council or the next one coming in December, will start putting that plan into effect. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you. Well, you will go to Albert Jeans. Please unmute yourself to speak.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Abikoga and council members. I don't know if, Lisa, did you get a picture I sent you? Anyways, yeah, I want to talk about the abandoned vehicle hotline. I understand it's been suspended. I mean, this towing has been suspended because of COVID-19. You know, I guess the reasoning was, you know, people are working from home. They may not be driving every day. And, you know, they may leave their car on the street for a few days without driving it. However, that doesn't stop other vehicles from parking on the street. And for example, in my neighborhood, there's this boat. This picture was taken on September 1st, and the boat had already been there for several weeks, and it's still there. And I've heard of boats in other neighborhoods too. So yeah, we don't want to tow people's cars if they're actually using them, but this is clearly one of these cases of neighborhood blight where people are just taking advantage of, you know, parking free on the streets and not having to park their boat or whatever in a real parking lot. And so I'm hoping somehow you can change, first of all, I hope the abandoned vehicle hotline's recorded message can be changed so at least people know that, you know, they don't have to call it in because it's not going to be acted on, you know, because of COVID-19. But in addition, I hope that somehow you can make an exception here, maybe phrase it in terms of a, you know, code violation or something like that, so that Mountain View could continue to be the, you know, clean and beautiful place we know it to be, and not start getting cluttered up with people just leaving their trash on the streets. Thank you very much, and good luck, Lisa. I've really enjoyed working with you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on a non-agenda item? You can raise your hand or press *9. I don't see any, so I will close oral communications and we will go on to item 6, public hearings. 6.1 is a hearing, a public hearing on the downtown business improvement areas and allocation of the 2021 business improvement area revenues. And we have a staff presentation by our business development specialist, Tiffany Chu. Welcome, Ms. Chu.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, we are holding the second public hearing in the annual renewal process for the downtown business improvement areas. The first meeting on October 27th, 2020, was to renew and preliminarily approve the BIAs. There are 2 business improvement areas. BIA number 1 includes all businesses along Castro Street and Side Street, and BIA number 2 includes businesses in the 100 to 300 blocks of Castro Street. The BIA assessments are used for specific programming and services to support the Downtown Business Association. Any changes to the area, including fee structure and boundaries, require a majority vote by the downtown businesses. In the annual report provided by the DBA, the 2021 projected revenues from both areas are approximately $40,350. Tonight, there are 3 recommendations for City Council consideration. Adopt resolutions to levy an assessment in BIAs number 1 and 2, authorize the city manager to execute a contract with the Downtown Business Association and allocate the 2021 revenues to the DBA. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? I don't see any. I will open this up now for public comment. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your blue hand if you're in the attendee box or hit *9 if you're on the phone. I don't see any hands, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. This is a pretty standard item that we always have on our agenda each year. So with that, Councilmember Hicks.
I was going to make a motion to approve.
Yes, please. I believe if you if we need to have you read.
Yes.
The resolution.
Yes, I want to adopt a resolution of the City Council and City of Mountain View levying the annual benefit assessment for fiscal year 2020-21 for downtown Mountain View business improvement area number 1 to be read in title only, further reading waived, attachment 1 to the council report, and to adopt a resolution of the City Council and the City of Mountain View levying the annual benefit assessments for fiscal year 2020-21 for downtown Mountain View business improvement area number 2 to be read in title only, further reading waived, which is attachment number 2 to the council report.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ramirez?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? There's a motion by Councilmember Hicks, second by Councilmember Ramirez.
And I just wanted to clarify that that motion, it doesn't need to be read, but includes staff recommendation number 3, the authorization of the contract for services.
Thank you very much. With no further discussion, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matacek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abby Koga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you very much, Ms. Chu. We will go on to item 6.2, which is the 44-unit condominium project at 2645 and 2655 Fayette Drive. And before we start with the presentation, do any council members wish to make any disclosures, such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
I will disclose that I both met or spoke with the applicant and did a site visit.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor?
Sorry, I thought we were just all going to raise our hands. I didn't know we were going to do blue hands as well. But yes, I virtually met with the applicant. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Matacek?
Thank you. I just want to disclose that I did a site visit on my own.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, I met with the applicant as well, virtually.
Great. And Councilmember Clark?
Yes, I've met with the applicant a number of times over the years.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, we've gone through a couple of applicants, but I don't know exactly who I've met with, but I've met with people there, so. Yeah.
Thank you. And I have met with the applicant in the past. I did not have an opportunity this time for this latest proposal to meet with the applicant. So Councilmember Matacek?
Sorry, I guess I thought it was just we had to disclose since the last time, but if we're also saying previously, so yes, in the past, long time ago, I've met with the applicant.
City Attorney, could you clarify this? Is it for the current proposal only?
Yes, the disclosure requirement is for the current proposal. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, we went above and beyond then. So with that, we will go to the staff presentation, and we have Senior Planner Eric Anderson. Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Mayor Abby Koga. Let me share my screen just a moment. There we go. Here we go. Thank you very much, Mayor Abby Koga. Thank you, City Council. This is a 44-unit condominium project at 2645 to 2655 Fayette Drive. My name is Eric Anderson. I'm also joined with Community Development Director Artish Vastava and Planning Manager, Zoning Administrator Stephanie Williams. So here is the project site and its vicinity. It's surrounded by multifamily residential uses. It's also adjacent to the SFPUC property, which is planned for a new linear park. It's across the street from the Dean development, which is nearing completion. It's 5 to 7 stories, and there's going to be a future mini park directly across the street. The proposal is 44 condominiums. They are requesting a state density bonus, which does affect the San Antonio Precise Plan standards, which it would be subject to. It is 6 stories, 2.5 FAR. They are proposing to remove 8 heritage trees and relocate 1. They are going to replace those trees with 26 new trees on the site. You can see the site plan here. There is a publicly accessible plaza on the in the lower right corner. A driveway to the parking garage is kind of at the top of the screen. There's a resident amenity area with a pool at the upper left corner of the screen. And just to orient you, the linear park is at the bottom of the screen here, called Fayette Park. Back in 2016, a 24-unit condominium project was approved here. Shortly thereafter, council approved a gatekeeper request to rezone this site into the San Antonio Precise Plan. The applicant's first submittal under that gatekeeper in early 2018 was similar in scale and design to the current proposal. It also incorporated the requested state density bonus. The council approved consideration of that density bonus at a study session last year. Some differences from what the city council previously saw: the size and income of the below market rate units, the public benefit, and there have been some minor changes to the design. The Precise Plan does require community benefits, and the city council indicated that they would be interested in transportation improvements and BMR housing. You can see here two prominent views of the project. The lower left-hand view is the view from that SFPUC parcel where the linear park will be. You can see the use of balconies, materials, and plane changes to break it down into smaller masses. The project also includes a rooftop open area adjacent to the SFPUC side, which is just barely visible over this facade, for which a provisional use permit is required. The upper right-hand view is the Fayette view. You can see the prominent entry with the plaza, which is clad in brick veneer. The rest of the facade is broken up into smaller masses with upper floor step backs, and the ground floor is active with unit entries. The requested zoning amendment would put the project site into the San Antonio Precise Plan. You can see it, the parcel circled in blue on this slide. There's also a proposed residential transition setback area. This is in white hatch on this slide, where the existing site would transition down to lower density, but still multifamily housing to the west. The rezoning into the Precise Plan would allow more height, more floor area, less coverage, and less parking, though I would note that the project would comply with the parking standard either way. They are proposing 4 very low income and 1 low income unit. This is to comply with 3 separate requirements. The first is the city's BMR requirement. They are subject to the phase 1 ownership BMR requirement of 10%, which is equal to 4.4 units. They are subject to the requirement that for a density bonus, they need to provide a number of very low income units, and they are providing 4 very low income units for the density bonus. And because they're providing a density bonus, state law requires them to replace existing units on the site if those units had residents that were very low income or low income. And so they are replacing those units for very low income and 1 low income unit. As I said before, they are requesting a density bonus. The 4 VLI units qualify them for that. They are also requesting 1 concession, which they are allowed to under the state density bonus law. Their concession is that the size of the BMR units does not match the distribution of the unit sizes in the rest of the project. Their proposed BMR units are all 1 bedroom. In addition, they're requesting several waivers, which are needed to accommodate the units in the project. Pursuant to the San Antonio Precise Plan and the request for the rezoning, they are offering $691,512 worth of public benefits. This includes $250,000 for an HOA homeowners association reserve. The purpose for this is for occasional large assessments that may come up for the residents at the reserve of the homeowners association. It is necessary for the long-term needs of these lower income owners who may not be able to provide these unexpected funds. In addition, they are also going to build a crosswalk connecting the 2 proposed parks. And the remainder will be put into a fund for public improvements, primarily transportation improvements in the San Antonio area. On October 21st, the EPC reviewed the project. They recommended approval with 1 abstention. They endorsed the project's community benefits, the fact that it was ownership units, the mix of unit sizes. They also endorsed the parking, the fact that they were providing enough parking for all the units. They had some concerns, however. They were concerned about the waivers from precise plan standards, that there are 6 existing units being replaced with only 5 affordable units, relatively few large trees because of the parking podium. And there was also some discussion of the adequacy of the HOA reserve, whether it would be enough to provide for all the long-term needs of these lower income units. In summary, the project is consistent with the general plan, the San Antonio Precise Plan, the Subdivision Map Act, the City Code, and the State Density Bonus Law. So staff is recommending approval of these 5 actions, approving the initial study, introducing an ordinance to amend the zoning map, adopting a resolution to approve amendments to the Precise Plan, adopting a resolution to approve the project and the map. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicants, Emmerich McDonald and John Barton with Octane, are here and we'll be happy to make a presentation. And we are happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go into questions, yes, I'd like to invite the applicant, if they would like to do a presentation. Emmerich McDonald and John Barton. Would you like to make a presentation? If you could raise your blue hand. Oh, actually, you're up. You're in. We promoted you. So welcome to both of you. And if you'd like to make a presentation, that would be great. Is it, do we usually do 7 minutes or?
It's up to 10 minutes at your discretion, Mayor.
Okay, yes, so you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Eric, for the presentation. And good evening, Mayor and City Council and City staff. It's nice to see all of you again. My name is Emmerich McDonald. I'm the managing member of Octane Payette and the project sponsor. We're very pleased to present what we believe is a great project, providing much needed ownership housing for the city of Mountain View. I know pretty much everyone here has seen this project over its evolution in the last several years, and we're very pleased to be coming to you this evening. We purchased the property in 2014, and having been a Mountain View apartment renter myself for almost 20 years, I'm familiar with the significant concentration of apartment complexes in Mountain View. And buying a single-family detached home can be prohibitively expensive, and that's a reason why we're very excited to bring the stacked flat ownership condominium project to its fruition. I'd like to make a few general comments about the project and then turn the presentation over to our architect to make some more detailed descriptions. I think our architect has a presentation, a set of slides, which we would like to put up if possible. Marin Mogul has her hand raised, it looks as if.
Yes, could we, City Clerk, could we promote Marin Mogul?
Yes, she's coming over now, and I'll give her the ability to share her screen.
Great.
There we go.
Thank you. Hello.
Thank you. I won't mind joining in and chiming in to say, as a member of the public, interacting with Lisa and Atush has been a pleasure in terms of these council meetings. So thank you, Lisa. Mark, can go to the next slide. Eric did a great job of describing many of the attributes of the project, so I won't belabor them, but I'll emphasize the following. Ownership builds community, and stacked flat condominiums we think represents a great stepping stone from apartment living, of which there is much, to detached home ownership, which is very expensive in our area. We think location is very important, and this proximity to the San Antonio Center, creating an urban suburban lifestyle, close to public transit, walkable to shopping, work, play, restaurants, parks, movie theater, a new school, all make this site very attractive. The consequence of that, we think, is that the density here that we have proposed is appropriate at 2.5 FAR in a 6-story structure, especially considering the 50-year plus lifespan of a building like this. we think it's important to have an increased density. The unit mix is with larger multi-bedroom units, which are targeted to meet the needs of families and those working from home, which is appropriate in these COVID times. Typical apartments have smaller units, such as the D across the street. 2/3 of the units in that complex are studios or one bedrooms with an average of 685 square feet compared to over 1,300 average unit size in our complex. And we feel we have some great amenities with the public plaza in front of the complex there. Inside the pool, spa, barbecue area, club room, rooftop deck, and then great access to these 2 new parks, which are just, I think, underway in terms of their development, their physical development. On the public benefit side, in total, it's about $2.5 million. About $1.8 million of that is a subsidy related to the difference in construction costs for the DMR units versus their selling prices, and then an additional approximately $700,000 in additional public benefits represented by the DMR HOA, the crosswalk, bike lanes, public plaza, and then a $350,000 cash contribution to the San Antonio Public Benefits Fund. Next slide, please, Maureen. This is just providing a physical location context, near the San Antonio and intersection with El Camino Real. Next, please. And then sort of the 3D aerial perspective to show the context of a graphic of the building and how it fits in well with the multifamily structures in the surrounding area. Next, please. And then this is just the top-down aerial showing sort of the generous spacing with the surrounding structures, and obviously the fortunate proximity to the Hetch Hetchy Park, which I believe commenced construction yesterday, and then across the street from the new city park, mini park, with the crosswalk, which would be part of the construction of our project. Next. Mark, can we go to the next slide? And here, this is a little more detailed top down, and I'll let Maren Mogul, our architect, describe some of the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmerich. Also, thank you, Mayor and Council members, for your time tonight. As Emmerich and also Eric did a great job presenting the design. Just to elaborate a little bit more on the overall design ideas, the plaza is on the main corner, which we consider the frontage of the site, and we're enhancing it with a pavement and furniture and also lighting and attractive benches and all that, really creating a nice, attractive, pedestrian-friendly street frontage with a sidewalk along Fayette Drive that is planted with 2 rows of trees, 1 row of street trees, and adjacent to that is the 2nd row of trees that are in planters in front of the units. And also there is stoop entries, like little ground floor entries to the ground floor units that further enhance the street frontage to be very pedestrian friendly. As I said, there's enhanced paving material even in front of the driveway that's going down to the 2-story underground garage. We are making sure there's plenty of setback from the adjacent neighbors. I think it was mentioned before, there's 30 feet minimum on the northwest side here to the adjacent 3-story apartments, and 48 feet where the pool area is. So there's plenty of setback. And on the Hetch Hetchy side, there's landscaping. You see there's plenty of trees, just sufficient enough or sufficient number of trees to soften the architecture without causing too much darkness inside the units. Do the next slide. We made all effort to design this as a 4-sided architecture. So there really is no side of the building that it doesn't receive the same amount of attention to detailing and materials and articulation. There's one of the prominent features here. They include a base of veneer tower elements, and then larger masses of white stucco, and then small receding masses of lap siding. So really articulated in different masses with different materials. And then plenty of balconies and awnings to create nice shadow lines and the thin roof lines that further articulate the building. Then just for a quick orientation here, the top left building, at the top left image here is the main facade of the building along Fayette Drive. The bottom left, you see the facade facing the SFPUC or Hetchy, and the bottom right image is reflecting the elevation that you see from the adjacent 3-story apartment buildings. In a little more detail here, the front is obviously the most important. So there's a strong ground floor element with brick, which goes up to the 3rd story just to reinforce the main entry of the building. It also has a very strong awning and an adjacent tower element. And next to that, there's a setback area on the 6th floor. And then again, you see here the very nice residential feel on the ground floor. We really enhance it with nice warm materials, and again those nice stoop entries to the ground floor units, some awnings and warm materials. In front of it, you can see the landscaping and the furniture and bike racks and light fixtures that really can create a nice feel for the public frontage. The elevation along Hetchy, thanks to staff, we really appreciate all staff's input. This design came really a long way, and it looks very much better than when we started. One of the main things we worked on were the balconies in the center to provide the right proportions for this site, and the articulation or different treatment of awnings, that there's major awnings on the frontage and secondary locations, which are we provided awnings that are a little bit thinner in their profile. So yeah, as you see here, here's the on the top left, you can really see the stepping down to the neighbors, that we're stepping down 12 feet on the 5th floor, and then an additional 14 feet on the 6th floor, which is a total of 56 to the apartment buildings. You can see here also in the top left image the entry into the garage with a nice trellis over it, and really provided a nice pedestrian friendly feel. The large image here is the facade facing the pool, and it really shows the nice outdoor amenity that is going to be there for the residents. And then mainly you see all the articulations with awnings and balconies that really create a four-sided architecture that reflects a good design, sensible for the neighborhood on all sides of the building. Again, we really appreciate staff's highly collaborative spirit along all the whole way over the years, and compliment them on their great suggestions throughout the process. I think we designed a well-integrated architecture, well-integrated in the neighborhood with more contemporary designs along San Antonio and the more traditional character in the more older neighborhoods.
Thank you. Your 10 minutes is actually up, so appreciate it. Thank you. I will now take it back to council for questions. Are there any questions from council members for staff or the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Hicks.
I have a question that's really a confirmation of something I learned in the when I met with the developer, and that's that we've gotten some questions from members of the community asking that you take down the fence between the Hetchy Park and the building, and I just wanted to ask or confirm that that's really a decision of Hetchy, not yourselves, and that they were not willing. They have not so far been willing to do that. Is that true?
Emmerich, you're muted.
Yeah, so SFPUC, San Francisco Public Utility Commission, owns the Hetchy waterway in that space, and they dictate this black wrought iron face that would go, black wrought iron fence that would go all the way along the Hetchy portion. So we had original designs which had a gate and access to the park from within the complex, and that was shot down. Unfortunately, it's just a little walk around the fence, and though it would be nice to have it broken up, we're not able to do that.
So thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question about the publicly accessible plaza. So, and my apologies if I missed this. What enforcement mechanism exists to ensure that it remains publicly accessible for the duration, for the life of the project? Is there going to be signage, or what are we sort of conditioning on the project?
We are. It's a condition of approval, so it would run with the project. This condition of approval. The nature of the condition of approval is that they have, some rights to, remove individuals who may be problematic, but that in general, people are welcome to sit in the plaza and use it. But as a condition of approval, that's our enforcement, and we would use the condition of approval to enforce that if they were to ever, put up fencing or put unreasonable measures of not allowing people to use it.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So for the other projects in Mountain View where we have ownership BMR units, have we also created these reserve funds for HOA, either special assessments or increases in fees?
There's only one case that I know of, and that was the 1101 El Camino Real project, approved about 6 or 7 years ago. And that project had some BMR in lieu fees remainder after complying with the density bonus. They had some additional BMR requirement from their that they needed to provide BMR and lieu fees to satisfy. And so as part of the conditions of approval of that project, we took those BMR and lieu fees and put them in a similar reserve for a similar purpose. The other projects, or the other ownership BMR units in the city where we were not able to, where there weren't additional funds available, we have not been able to do these reserves.
And do we know if it's been an issue in any of the other complexes where we were not able to create a reserve?
It's certainly been an issue in other jurisdictions. I don't know about cases here in Mountain View, but the ownership unit, the BMR units here in Mountain View, I think are fairly new. And so we haven't had these cases of, needing to replace the whole roof, or, needing to replace the swimming pool, or something, these very, very costly occasional assessments. But it has certainly been an issue in other jurisdictions.
Okay. And can anything other than community benefits be used? There are no in lieu fees, but could you use CDBG or home funds for the reserve?
I would have to defer that to RT.
Councilmember Matichak, this was actually identified as an issue when the BMR Phase 2 was done, that when we do have low and very low income units, and the recommendation was that we work with developers to set aside a reserve. I don't have any detail to see if we can use CDBG funds for the purpose, but we could certainly research that. But I would think that we would have done that research as part of the BMR Phase 2, if that was the case. But I think really the thought was to have the developer set it aside, depending on the number of units they were providing. We didn't think it would be an issue with moderate income units, but certainly with the low and very low.
So from my perspective, having the developer set it aside is not using community benefits funds. So do we have the ability to ask this applicant to set the money aside and not use community benefit funds?
I don't believe so, because we don't have that set yet or adopted. It's a follow-up that we're going to have to do. So we wanted to take the opportunity and make sure that this project was able to provide it. With a lot of BMR projects, I think for sale projects, based on the average affordability expectation, we're not expecting to see a lot of low and very low income units. And so we don't expect this to be an ongoing issue unless we hit a replacement issue. Originally, this project wasn't expecting to provide low and very low, but because of the replacement requirements of density bonus, they had to pivot, and we can't require it right now.
Okay. And we also can't require the BMR units to mirror the market rate units in terms of number of bedrooms. Is that correct?
I think Eric can answer that. They've asked for this as a concession.
Right. So yeah, under the state density bonus, they are allowed one concession. And the requirements for a concession are that the concession has to reduce the cost of providing, reduce the cost of the project so that they can provide the affordable units. And they've shown through their letter that this is a reduction in the overall cost of the project, less than or equal to the amount of money it costs them to provide the affordable units. So it complies with the state requirements for a concession.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I'm pretty confused about this whole community benefits and what's required and not. So let me just follow a little bit of what Councilmember Matichek said. So they wanted a density bonus. To get that, they're required to put in BMR units. Correct?
That's correct.
So now they're required to do it. So now they want more money because they wanted density bonus, gave some privileges, and they had to put the BMR. Now they want to take some of the money and say, well, I'm going to, because we're putting in the BMR units that we want to put in, we also want to get $250,000 of some kind of benefit to go back. So tell me how this works together. Is that one, they wanted the density bonus, they're required to put the BMR units in, and yet we're saying, no, they're not required to do anything, but they're still getting $250,000 as a community benefit for those BMR units that they requested are required. Am I making it harder than it is?
Councilmember McAllister, if I may, Eric, if I could just provide the framework, maybe you can provide the detail. So this project has evolved over time. The last time the council saw it, I think the expectation was they would provide moderate income units, and they were expecting to do that. With the density bonus, they've had to pivot and had to provide very low and low income units, and maybe add a unit as well. So their community benefits is fairly consistent with the expectation, but because they had to pivot to the low and very low income units, we are supportive of the recommendation to take part of that and put it into a reserve, because that was identified as an issue that maybe the council hadn't seen before, because at the time the units were only moderate income. So this can't be a requirement, but it's an issue that we see coming up as staff, which is why we're recommending that some of that money be set aside. Does that help? No,
it doesn't help, because you're saying they wanted to put the density, they got a benefit out of the density bonus. And you're saying, well, then they had to pivot because they had to put very low in. Now they had the option of not asking for the density bonus, and therefore then they wouldn't have had to put the BMR units in. Is that correct?
No, they would have had to provide those very low income units no matter what.
No matter what of the density bonus.
Yes.
So, okay, so if they didn't claim a density bonus, they still had to put the BMR units in.
Yes, because of the replacement provisions, either of density bonus or now of SB 330. So either way, they would have had to have put those, replace the existing units.
Okay, so they had to replace those existing units. But now you're saying, well, we're going to give them, they're entitled to $250, $250K of community benefits going to 4 units or 5 units in the building.
Again, council member, this is a staff recommendation. The council can choose not to put the money into the reserve and take all of it and put it somewhere else if they choose.
Okay.
We're suggesting using it for the reserve because we see it coming up as a future issue.
Okay. Well, let's go talk about community benefits. Then that they sent a letter stating their proposal. I'm looking at their staff report, and all it says to me, it says Octane offered $691,000. I don't see anywhere in here in the staff report, and forgive me if I didn't say it, what were they required to provide in community benefits?
So because they're asking for a density bonus, the calculation of community benefits isn't as straightforward as it is under a normal San Antonio precise plan project. So this is consistent, the calculation of 691,000 is consistent with how we have applied community benefits to other density bonus projects in the San Antonio area. It's the same methodology. So it's the same calculation.
So you just took their numbers and accepted them? Did you modify them? Or if you had done it your way, would you have come up with, if staff had done a little different of their job and not accepting theirs, but did their own calculations, which I'm normally used to seeing staff doing their own calculations, how much a difference would there have been?
There would not have been a difference. We instructed them in detail how to calculate this, and then we double-checked the calculation.
Is this something going forward that if a applicant proposes community benefits, staff doesn't write something to their own proposal?
Council member, I think every precise plan has a different way of calculating it. In the case of the San Antonio area, there's a specific number, and this project complies with it.
Okay. Okay, those are I'm still confused about this community benefit. It seems like well, that's comments later, so I'll go. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? If not, I will open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, if you're in the attendee box, please press the raise hand button at the bottom and raise your blue hand. And if you are on the phone, please press *9. I don't see any hands, so we will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and move the staff recommendation, including introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending the zoning map for the properties located at 2645 and 2655 Bayette Drive from the R3D multifamily residential zoning district to the P40 San Antonio precise plan zoning district to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for December 8th, 2020. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving amendments to the P40 San Antonio precise plan to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit, development review permit, and provisional use permit for a 6-story, 44-unit condominium project with a state density bonus, and a heritage tree removal permit for the removal of 8 heritage trees at 2645 and 2655 Bayette Drive to be read in title only, further reading waived. and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a vesting tentative map to create 44 condominiums and one common lot at 2645 and 2655 Fayette Drive to be read in title only, further reading waived. And just by way of some quick comments, I appreciate the opportunity to add some entry-level ownership housing to the city, and I think this is a good location for the densities and heights that we're looking at. And then, regarding the very low-income BMR units, I'm also not thrilled with using the public benefit contribution for the purpose of helping sort of subsidize the HOA fees for future tenants. But the way I think of it is, by doing this, we're preventing a future crisis where one or more of the occupants, I guess one of the future BMR owners, is threatened with foreclosure because they're unable to pay a fee. And we don't want to get into a situation where, knowing that this is, a potential outcome, and then based on the staff research that this has happened elsewhere, we don't want to sidestep something that is, or we don't want to ignore something that is entirely preventable. And, given what we've heard about, there's really no other means of mitigating that impact. This strikes me as an appropriate use of that funding. But beyond that, I'm comfortable with the project and appreciate the work that staff has done. I know it's been a very long and challenging project to contend with, given all of the permutations of state law that you've had to deal with. But with that, I'm happy to support the project and the staff proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Kamei.
So I just wanted to second Councilmember Ramirez's motion. And my comments would be, I had been excited that this would be an opportunity for some entry-level moderate income ownership opportunities. And so for myself, actually, kind of given the prior discussion from colleagues, I think it might be worth a conversation with council on how we'd like to handle the different legislation coming from the state and the implications that means for the projects that we see. In this case, it's, for both the state density bonus laws as well as SB 330, that changed the type of ownership units we're seeing. And I think that also contributed to the staff recommendation, in allocating the HOA reserve. So I think that if there, that could be worthy of a further discussion on how we'd like to move forward.
Thank you. So there's a motion by Councilmember Ramirez, seconded by the Vice Mayor. We have some comments. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I'm always supportive of ownership housing, and that's why every time it came in, starting with Bill Matheson and moving its way through the ranks, that I go, yep, I'm for it. And as it continued to change, I was still for it, and I'm still in favor of ownership housing. I think we need it in the town, and it's very important. The only hiccup I have is this $250,000. It doesn't make sense to me. All due respect to Council Ramirez, I've seen a lot of things come through, and I've never seen this particular idea come up. We are going to have a lot of transportation issues in that area. We're going to have a lot of other concerns that we need community benefits for. We got parks in there, and to have something where that is directed just for 4 or 5 units, I don't see a crisis coming down the road, because we haven't seen one really before. And this precedent of doing this, I mean, the people who buy these units are well screened, are well qualified to do this. I mean, they wouldn't get to this unless they were able to do it. So I think it's a diversion of much needed funds that can go elsewhere into the area because it is getting so big. And since it's only a recommendation, it sounds like we have an opportunity to modify that. And I would like to see us put that money back into the overall community benefits that will benefit more of the community as we go forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I've had concerns about this project from the beginning. I have a different perspective than the council that thought this should be part of the San Antonio Precise Plan. I actually don't think it should be, but I wasn't involved when that decision was made. You know, there's a lot of development that has happened in this area, and as Councilmember McAllister just said, this area is in need of infrastructure to support all of that development. We know that we're in need of more park space, as well as there's a lot of congestion on the roads, and this is going to add to that. While I do, appreciate that this is ownership housing and that it's stacked flats, so it's good entry-level ownership housing, and I do like the architecture, I have concerns about adding so much density to this area and then taking the community benefits, which I feel like I've been saying for years. Community benefits should benefit the area that is impacted by a development, and yet we're taking $250,000 of that community benefit and just helping 5 units. That's not benefiting the greater community. So I really have concerns about doing that. I agree with the comments Councilmember McAllister just made about that. It just doesn't sit well with me. I can't support this project because of the reasons I mentioned. Thanks.
And Councilmember Hicks.
So I appreciate the comments brought up by Council members McAllister and Matichak, because I do think that as we develop, we need community benefits to be used for the things that the transportation and parks and so forth, the things we need in each community as it becomes more dense. In this, I think that for this, I also appreciated the Vice Mayor's comments that this is something that maybe we should talk about, doing this on a regular basis. I'm willing to, I actually really like this project in a lot of ways, and will be supporting it. I won't go through all the things I like, but they're family units, they're stacked flats, so they're not all stairs, that there's some affordable housing, that there's a very welcoming streetscape with 2 rows of trees, that it's 4-sided architecture, and I think it's one of the most handsome apartments being built in the San Antonio area. So I like all those things. I do share the concerns that Council members McAllister and Matichak brought up, and I think, like the Vice Mayor said, maybe we should visit this in some way in the future, because I would not want it to happen over and over again. But for this project, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just add my comments that, yes, I've seen, I know we've seen this project several times now, and I do support it is an ownership project, the stacked flats that we've been looking for to, more of in the city. For that, I support the project. I do agree with the Vice Mayor, and I think this may be an illustration of something that I had noticed last year. Last year. Time is just odd, nebulous to me, but last year when I served on the ABEG MTC Legislative Committee, and we went through the various pieces of housing legislation that was being proposed, I think it may have been SB 330, it might have been another bill, I can't recall, but I had noticed that some of the affordable or BMR requirements were actually lower than what we have been requiring in our city. And So my thought was that, in many places we're more advanced than what the state is requiring of cities to do. And my concern was that we would actually maybe be going backwards. In this case, my concern is that with the very low income requirement, and we've talked about this. We talked about this when we were doing our affordable housing strategies. That even if they can qualify for the mortgage, the HOA cost is on top of that, and that's not calculated. And I think when the state had looked at these issues, and so I think that our conversations, our deliberations have been more in depth, frankly, and really looking at real life scenarios, and we were trying to accommodate for that. And we're doing that with the reserve, but again, like my preference would have been to do more moderate income BMR units, where the folks, the owners, the future owners are set up to be able to afford all of the costs, and the city would not have to provide those extra subsidies. So I do have, I do feel, I don't feel comfortable in addition to providing the HOA reserve, but I guess to try to ensure as much success as possible. I don't also want to, I guess I was trying to envision the scenario, what would happen if they weren't able to, the owners weren't able to to afford it. I don't want us to go down that road. So in that sense, I will be supporting this motion as is, but I do feel that we need to continue to advocate at the state level, look at the state housing legislation, see how it really applies to our city, and then offer our recommendations for any revisions or changes for future legislation to our state legislators. So that's something that I would like for us to be mindful of and monitor and continue to advocate for. So with that, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I just had one final question to my colleagues. I heard 5 council members were concerned about the community benefits, but yet you're willing to go forward. So, we have an opportunity to consider that, or if we could bifurcate it and bring it back to the council later, since it's only part of a recommendation. It's unusual for me to see 5 people say they have concerns and yet you still move something forward. So is that something that people would be willing to take up on another issue past everything? Because I don't think it's part of the motion. It's just, I don't know if it's included in there, but if that be something that people would consider.
I'll go back to the motion maker, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the challenge I'm having is, just given the circumstances we're under now with the pandemic, people lose income and lose their jobs. And I don't want to be I don't want to find ourselves in a set of circumstances, maybe, 5-10 years down the road, where one of the very low income BMR owners suffers some kind of tragedy, right, a medical issue or job loss, and is unable to pay their HOA fees and loses their home as a consequence. So while I'm not enthusiastic about the use of the community benefit funding, it strikes me as necessary to really make this work. It's something that I think we will figure out in the implementation of BMR Phase 2. I agree with the mayor that I think looking at opportunities to maybe fix some things at the state level will be helpful. In this context, with this project, I feel it's necessary.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, and I agree. It's not that I think we all feel that this is the best use of the $250,000, but I think staff has gotten the the signal that, you know, this isn't something that we want to do long term, and that we hope as part of BMR phase 2, you know, we can come up with ways to deal with this other than making these contributions. But we're also hearing from staff that with these very low income units, that this is an issue in other jurisdictions that we need to be aware of. And although this isn't the ideal way to handle it, this is the long term. This is the best way to handle it in this particular case. If we were talking about $1 million or something that would have a significant public community benefit in the San Antonio area, then I might feel a little bit differently. But we're talking about $250,000. You'd be lucky if that buys you a new signal somewhere. You know, it's just not worth. I think it's very clear that we aren't setting precedent here. We're going to use community benefit money to capitalize HOAs. But I think in this case, you know, given what staff has heard and what they're recommending, you know, I think as long as we're committed to addressing this in the future from a long-term strategy perspective, that it's fine to move this forward in the best way that we can, because taking that $250,000 and spending it somewhere else on a signal or whatever $250,000 buys you is not worth the risk of those units ultimately going on, the folks in those units going under and being in the position where they're foreclosed upon or something worse. So I think in this case, it's just best to go with the staff recommendation.
All right, any other comments? If not, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
No.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, begrudgingly, yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-1 with no abstentions. Thank you, staff. Thank you, applicants. We will go on to the next item.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you. We will go to item 6.3, the 600 Ellis Street Office Development Project. And again, before we start with the presentation, do any council members wish to make disclosures such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? Yes, Councilmember Matichak.
I had a site visit on my own.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
I will disclose that I spoke with the applicant.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
The applicant reached out. I wasn't able to connect with them, but I just wanted to disclose that, and I did visit the site. Thanks.
Councilmember Hicks. Can you unmute yourself, please, Councilmember Hicks?
There. Okay. Thank you. I communicated with the applicant via email. I don't know if I have to disclose that, actually.
I believe all contact needs to be disclosed. Councilmember McAllister?
I have had in communications with the applicant.
And Councilmember Clark?
I just visited the site and exchanged emails with the applicant, but we didn't meet.
And thank you. And I did receive an email from the applicant. I did not have an opportunity to connect with him, however. So with that, we will go into our staff presentation by Senior Planner Margaret Netto. Welcome, Ms. Netto. Ms. Netto, are you?
There we go.
Oh, great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Margaret Netto. As noted, this is a request for a planned community permit and development review permit for a new 259,000 square foot, 6-story office building and 8-level parking structure, an 80,000 square foot transfer of development rights, a heritage tree removal permit to remove 23 heritage trees, and a determination that an initial study of environmental significance has been prepared, located at 600 Ellis Street. This is slide 2, the project location. The approximately 4.45 acre site is located on the southwest corner of Fairchild Drive and Ellis Street in the East Wisman Precise Plan area. The project site is in the northern portion of the East Wisman Precise Plan area, over here where the star is located. It's in the employment character area. The site is designated as high intensity. This is the proposed layout of the site. The project proposes to redevelop the project site by demolishing 2 existing office buildings and construction of the 6-story office building and the 8-level parking structure. An existing 15,000 square foot office building would remain on the site, which is near the corner of Ellis and Fairchild Drive. The office building and parking structure would be connected via a multi-level suspended bridge. The parking structure would serve both the proposed office building and the existing office building. Surface parking spaces would also be available to office occupants and visitors and are located between the new and existing office buildings and along the driveway from Ellis Street. 2 points of vehicular access to the project would be provided, one from Fairchild, which is right here, and this other one from Ellis. Here are the architectural elevations. The architectural design of the proposed building and parking structure is modern, and the site layout and massing composition were designed to respond to the site's context, orientation, and boundaries. The design utilizes a simple form with deep overhangs of the floor slabs at each level. The building mass was previously adjusted based on the initial feedback from the DRC and the EPC to better emphasize the linear expression of the deep overhangs, which are the prominent accent feature of the building. Modifications of the building, including changes to the varying depths of the building overhangs to a consistent depth of 5 feet on all sides of the building, have been incorporated. This is the parking structure. As designed with the mesh screening and artful pattern texture to the exterior wall portions, add visual interest and complement the new building. Trees have been incorporated to provide a soft landscape buffer. And this is the key corner where that existing building will remain. Per the East Wisman Precise Plan, project should design key corners with enhanced landscape design and or enhanced architectural features such as emphasize entries, distinctive corner articulation, visually interesting materials. The project is in compliance with these requirements. The applicant has worked to make the key corner appear distinctive and welcoming through planting of a large 40-inch box Palo Verde tree as a focal point on the corner, which is right here, adding sculptural seating, pedestrian scale landscaping, and special paving material. The project details the open space. The project proposes 46,464 square feet of open space, which conforms to the East Wisman open space requirement. The proposed project includes common usable open areas in multiple locations, including a private outdoor dining area adjacent to the main entrance and entry plaza, a private Zen garden, key corner, passive open space, and a rooftop terrace. 23 heritage trees are proposed to be removed. They're in poor to fair condition. They're proposed to be removed because of their health or because of their location within the footprint of the proposed buildings or site improvements. 100 replacement trees are to be proposed in the development agreement. To allow for flexibility and timing and phasing of this project, the applicant is requesting a development agreement. The requested term for the development agreement is 7 years, $200,000 public benefit fee, plus an additional $200,000 the applicant has agreed upon as a response to a request, and payment of future East Wisman Precise Plan impact fee at $3.2 million for a total of $3.65 million. The extended development approval time is being requested by the applicant due to the uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic. This project is also one of 7 Los Altos School District TDR projects authorized by the City Council to participate in the program with the purchase of 80,000 square feet. This purchase will provide $10 million in new funds for the LASD project. Also, an initial study of environmental significance was prepared to evaluate whether any new environmental effects would occur as a result of this project, which were not examined under the program EIR, and whether any new mitigation measures would be required. The initial study prepared for the project found that the new office project and associated improvements would not result in any new environmental impacts beyond those evaluated in the EIR. Also on October 21st, the EPC unanimously recommended approval for this project. One person spoke and expressed concern with bicycle safety in the area and the protection of the migration paths for birds. Those issues have been resolved. And the last slide, the recommendation. Staff recommends they approve the initial study, they adopt a resolution for the planned community permit and development review permit, and also to introduce the ordinance for the development agreement. And also, I would suggest amending the development agreement to add the additional $200,000. That concludes my slide presentation. Also tonight, I have with me Carol Neer and Christy Weiss from David J. Powers and Associates, and Brian Caldera and Robert Eccles from Fair and Peers to answer any questions. And the applicant is also here to make a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neto. So let me see if we can bring the applicant and promote the applicant, City Clerk, Mr. Steele. See where?
Yes.
I see.
On their way in now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good evening.
Nope. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Tim Steele, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Real Estate for the Sobrato organization. I wanted to thank Margaret and staff for her presentation tonight. We are pleased to be here and present to you our new office redevelopment project that is located within the recently adopted East Westman Precise Plan area. As staff indicated, we were granted gatekeeper roughly at the same time the city initiated the new Precise Plan process and been working with staff on our project now in parallel to the development of that plan for over the last 2 years. Though muted by the current pandemic, I have to say we're very excited to bring this Precise Plan conforming high quality design project forward for your consideration. Can we start showing the slides here? I want to.
Okay.
Are you, Tom, you going to put that up for me?
Yes.
Okay. You can move to the second slide real quick. I'm just going to touch on a couple highlights, and then we're going to move to having Tom, the architect, Tom Yu, make the presentation on the project. But quickly, as I mentioned, we were approved for gatekeeper in 2018 under our commitment to purchase 80,000 square feet in TDRs from LASD. We are in full compliance with the recently adopted East Westman Precise Plan. Our landscape open space exceeds the plan's requirement by nearly 20%. Our project utilizes good gateway building design. Project incorporates sustainable LEED Platinum design. It also incorporates bird safe design. And the project team has had 3 DRC meetings, study sessions with both the EPC and council. And then recently, as staff indicated, we had EPC unanimously recommend this project to you for approval. Our architect is Studios and has been with us from the beginning of this process. However, I do want to mention that our collective friend, David Salbavaro, was the initial principal. I wanted to acknowledge all of his hard work and leadership in bringing this project forward. However, he recently retired, and his colleague and partner, Thomas Yee, has taken over as the lead architect and will be presenting the project to you tonight. Our core design team is also here, including our landscape architect and our civil engineer, and are available to assist and answer any questions you may have following Tom's presentation. With no further delay, Tom, please walk us through the project.
Thank you, Tim. As Tim mentioned, I'm Thomas G., a principal with Studios Architecture, and Mayor Abe Koba and members of the council and staff. Thank you for the time to present the project. As Margaret mentioned, the site is located on the northern part of the East Wisman Precise Plan area in the employment character area, fronted by Highway 101, 237. If you can see my cursor on the lower right, excuse me, and then 85 on the west, and the site located there. As the site is located along Fairchild and Ellis. 101 is to the right on this plan. You can see the site grayed out here. 2 existing buildings will be removed to make way for the new development. The building on the corner at 636 Ellis will remain as a critical part of the plan. You can see from pictures of the existing site, various views from Ellis and Fairchild, along Fairchild, and then you can see the building here on the right, that the 636 Ellis building, which we propose to retain. A critical, as Tim mentioned, when we started the project, my partner David, we started it when the East Wisman Precise Plan was also starting. As we developed a plan working with city staff, we developed a plan that really supported and is integral to the goals of the East Wisman Precise Plan area. And so our site, which is located here, you can see it's well connected to the VTA stations, the Middlefield station here, and the station off of 101 here. You can also see that the bikeway systems that are developed as part of the East Wisman plan area are also a critical part of our plan, and we're making way and accommodations for those plans in our master plan. This is the landscape plan. 101 is to the right. Fairchild is here on the right. Ellis Street is over here on the lower part of the project. And you can see the 6-story office building over here on the right, and the parking garage located on the south, away from view from 101 and away as much as possible from view from Ellis Street. One of the key aspects of our plan was to eliminate this driveway, the existing driveway onto Fairchild. What that did was gave us the ability, from a landscaping point of view, to create a contiguous frontage along Fairchild to reinforce the edge of Fairchild with landscaping, reinforce the bicycle path, improve safety, create a main entrance off of Ellis Street toward the new building, which is, again, a requirement by the East Wisman Precise Plan, and then a secondary entrance off of Fairchild toward the site. We also have some storage water treatment areas here, here, and here. And so that also follows the City of Mountain View's requirements for treatment of those areas. Another aspect of the plan was the key corner. Again, a critical part of the East Wisman Precise Plan. The key corner is a very important mark for the site, and reinforces the existing building and makes a linkage to the new project. Another aspect was the development of usable outdoor open space. Not only do we have landscape areas in excess of the requirement for the East Wisman Precise Plan, but we also have active areas, an outdoor area adjacent to what could be a future dining facility, passive open spaces here, like a Zen garden along the west side of the site, and then bus drop-off areas, and another landscape zone here. So again, these are all major improvements to the way the site is developed along the Precise Plan requirements. In terms of the building massing, we set about locating, as we said, the building along Fairchild. We made it orthogonal to Fairchild, and also as a gateway site to make it visible from 101. The inflection and the setbacks here created this opportunity for an entrance to the building on the east side, and of course the parking garage on the south side, away from view of the major roadways. You can see the massing here. Fairchild is here, the 6-story office building here, the 8-story parking garage over here, the inflection in the building mass. Again, the precise plan calls for a variety of building masses, inflection points like this. The bridge is a lower element to connecting the garage with the main building, and the upper terraces are all ways of modulating and giving the building some scale. And then, of course, you can see the existing building on the corner here. We also did a number of solar studies and sun studies on the building. This represents a series of about 20 to 25 studies we did over different times of the year, different times of the day, to minimize the heat load on the building with use of the horizontal floor extensions to shade the building. The building is going for LEED Platinum, and this study, along with the building design, helps us reduce the heat load on the building. And you can see here 2 views of the same elevation from the east, looking at the office building without landscaping, just to show you the building massing and the way the first floor is modulated to create the main entrance, and then with landscaping. This is a more developed view of the main entrance to the building, looking from the 636 building. This is the west side of the site, showing the office building here, the bridge connector, and the parking garage. And you can see also the photovoltaic array panels on top of the roof of the garage be completely covered to provide, under the LEED Platinum, to provide energy storage on site, energy generation and storage on the site. And then this is the view from 101, looking toward Fairchild, looking at the building. As a gateway project, this is a critical part of the development of the East Wisman employment character area, to have a building that's distinctive as a gateway piece for the city of Mountain View. And then finally, another more developed rendering of the east side of the building, showing the entrance from the south east corner of the site, looking back toward the building. So we're very excited about this project. We think it's going to be a great addition to the East Wisman area, the city of Mountain View, a great gateway entrance to the city of Mountain View along 101. And we're happy to have worked with staff and DRC and EPC to get, and study sessions, of course, with City Council to get to this point. So again, it's been an interesting path, and we're excited to have a discussion about the project today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now go into questions from council members for either staff or the applicant. Do you have any questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, and I remember when this project was a couple of two-level buildings in a small group saving. But hey, my question is concerning the development agreement. So they're asking for 7 years. So could somebody walk me through that development agreement and the funding that they're doing, and how's it tie into Los Altos School District receiving their money?
Councilmember McAllister, maybe Margaret, you can share your slide that shows the key features of the DA.
Excuse me.
So Councilmember McAllister, the key features are the 7 years, a total of 3.45 million, and an additional 200,000 that the applicant has added since the drafting of the report, for a total of 3.65 million.
Well, how much of the 3.45 million, isn't that a requirement of something?
No, they're not. None of the term items in this in the 3.65 is a current requirement. We do anticipate in the future that we would develop a nexus fee, but we couldn't charge it today to the project. And we took the opportunity of the DA to be able to estimate and apply it. So that's 3.25 million we wouldn't have received otherwise.
Okay, so this is, okay, maybe I was looking at that $200,000 and maybe I didn't fully understand the 3.45 million. But normally we had another development that we were sitting on agreements a while back, a couple of years ago, and the council was concerned about the 7 years. That was a long time to have that development agreement going there, versus there's 4 years is the normal development agreement, or is that customary? Should I say normal or customary?
I think it depends on the project. So in this case, if you have a very large project that's going to be phased out, it could be even more than that. In this case, we timed it with the general timing was in keeping with the sunsetting of the transfer of development rights, just to give some certainty to the applicant that they would be able to build it, because they would be purchasing those TDRs from the school district for a total of 10.4 million.
So when, okay, so the 10.4 million, that's, they need to pay that when they get entitlements, and will they be getting entitlements tonight?
They'll get entitlements tonight. They would have to show proof of that before they apply for the building permit, that they've purchased those before they can start building. But I understand that they have a separate agreement with the Los Altos School District to purchase it within, I think, 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
I have two questions. One is about the parking management program, and whether, I also talked to the applicant briefly about this. What I've noticed downtown is when we have parking structures and underground parking, many of the employees at the offices don't park there. Instead, they park on the streets. Now, this is a somewhat different neighborhood, but I have the same concern. And when I've talked to developers, other developers, they say that they could work on better parking management, maybe some missing incentives or rules to employees to actually have them use the parking structure, underground parking, rather than park on the streets. So my first question is whether you would be willing to implement some of those rules so that the parking structure is used to the max by employees, and whether you have any ideas for how to do so.
I assume, I'm sorry, this is Tim. I assume you're pointing that question to the applicant?
I am, yes.
Thank you. The East Wisman Precise Plan area has a very aggressive trip cap. And so the first focus of the tenant management plan, if you will, is going to be to encourage their employees first to take public transit or other alternative transportation opportunities before they drive to the site. The parking on site, there's no allowed street parking, so and there isn't going to be any available adjacent street parking per the conditions of approval. And our parking ratio for here is lower than historical levels for an office R&D project. So the burden's going to be on us with the penalties that are in place and the restrictions and goals of the TDR plan requirements. So I think we're going to have the tenant's going to be focused more on reducing trips than accommodating parking. However, there is a possibility to add, if the parking is insufficient in the garage, the tenant can address that by as much by 20% additional if they were to implement a valet parking kind of program. So if there is an ongoing problem that this is not accommodating and they're not taking enough public transportation, And there is a ongoing problem. There is an ability to go as high as another 20% by implementing that kind of a program.
Yeah, if I may add to what Tim mentioned, the way the building and the garage are designed, they're actually connected. They're physically connected. So there's a secured entrance to the garage for the office building tenants, so that folks entering the garage will be entering the site will be encouraged to use the garage, because unlike other developments where the garage is separated physically from the building with open space, the bridge part of the building connects the two together. So I think the convenience of linking the two will encourage people to, park in the garage. Tim mentioned there isn't any street parking adjacent to the site anyway, but again, we try to overcome some of those possible issues in the future by making the garage and the building act almost as one entity.
Well, probably no street parking in the area solves that.
Yes. That's the hammer.
It is a big hammer, yes.
Yeah. My second question is that I appreciated a lot of the open space, a lot of the things you're doing with it, and I won't go through line items, but I did see a lot of grass, what appeared to be grass area, and I was wondering if you would be willing to switch to native landscaping, or maybe that's what it is and it's just the picture appears that way.
I think it's the picture, and I'm going to ask James Stockham, can you just join this and address this question, please? Or Paul Lettieri?
I just brought James into the meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. James.
Actually, I'm not seeing him. I'm sorry, could you tell me the other person that you would like me to bring in?
Paul Lettieri.
Okay, one moment.
Thanks again. Oh, there's James.
There's James.
All right.
Am I on?
Yes. We can hear you.
Here we go. Okay, yeah. Sorry about all that. Oh, James, did you finally made it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I got booted off there. Yeah, so visually it does look green as in grass, but it is all shrubs, and we would certainly entertain a quantity of native shrubs. And we have to be careful with a certain amount of native shrubs just of how they winterize, but that is certainly something, especially along the Fairchild frontage, where we've activated this sort of botanical garden-esque walk along the way with interpretive signage and some educational opportunities. So yeah, there is no turf on the project.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Matichak.
Thank you. Let's see, my question was, I know the East Wisman Precise Plan is consistent with the Moffett Field Comprehensive Land Use Plan, but given the increase in height and density of this project because of the LASD TDRs, is this project consistent with the Moffett Field Comprehensive Land Use Plan for height and density?
Yes, Councilmember Matichak, it is. It is actually outside of the flight path of the Moffett Field Comprehensive Plan, so it does meet the density and height requirement.
Okay, but it's within the noise contours of the Moffett Field.
Yes, it is, but it still meets the density, the requirement.
Okay. And then, let's see, on page, I sent in a question about where would I find the plant palette, and I did see that, but what's missing is the quantity. And the only one I had a question about was how many crepe myrtles? That's not exactly a big tree. Does anybody have that data?
Yeah, I could probably have the landscape architect probably answer that quicker than I can.
James or Paul?
There are several crepe myrtles that are being transplanted, if that's what you're referring to. existing today?
I'm looking on page, let me get the page number for you.
It's L02.
And there's a table that shows the plant palette, and I didn't think it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't say if they're transplanted or if they're new. It says
Right. There are some new ones introduced to sort of marry that oldness and newness. And part of that approach is that you're right, they're not large trees. And part of bird safe design is placing trees of that size against buildings. So you sort of hit that range where there's some bird safe design built into that.
So do you know how many in total crepe myrtles there are?
Don't have the number right now.
Okay.
I can get that for you.
That's okay. That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? If not, I will open this up for public comment. If you are in the attendee box and would like to make a comment, please raise your blue hand. If you are on the phone, please press *9. And we have Jeff Baer, Superintendent Baer. If you can unmute yourself, please, and let's go 2.5 minutes.
All right, good evening again. I appreciate being able to talk to you on this item. I want to thank the council members for the opportunity to speak. I want to start by acknowledging and thanking you for your role in enabling us, LASD, to acquire property in Mountain View for our new school, largely through the TDR program you implemented. The transfer of unused development rights has enabled us to purchase a site and plan for a school in an area where land is very expensive. While responding to the pandemic has required most of our attention for the last 8+ months, planning for design and construction of the new school has continued, beginning with the master planning in collaboration with city staff. Our mutual partnership in this program, along with our joint use facilities agreement, will benefit the children and community of Mountain View for decades to come. Tonight you have before you one of the developers, Sobrato, who is purchasing development rights from us for their proposed project. Sobrato wishes to purchase 80,000 square feet at our price of $130 per square foot for a total sale price of $10.4 million, as was mentioned previously. Because of the importance of this transfer of rights to our ability to utilize the property we purchased at the corner of Showers in California in the San Antonio Precise Plan area, we do urge you to approve this project. Thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you. We'll go to Alex Brown. Please unmute yourself.
Hey. Oh, Tim, long time no see. Miss you, man. I appreciate that this is trying to get to LEED Platinum, that you're focusing on bird safe design, but there's got to be a way to make a building passively cool that isn't just taking a square and adding the staggered wings on it. This building is not interesting or attractive. Come on. Also, the only section of it that has, something that could be attractive, if you go back to slide 12 on Tom's slides, you put trees right in front of. So you have something that's carved out that could have a lobby with interesting art or something that's visible, and then you can't see it from a distance because it's surrounded by trees. I know you can do better than that.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? I don't see any more hands, so I will close public comment, bring it back to council for deliberation and a possible motion. Would anyone like to? Oh, Councilmember Clark, thank you.
I think given the the vetting this has had through staff and the committees and the unanimous recommendation from EPC, I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendation, which includes that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a planned community permit and development review permit for a new 259,095 square foot 6-story office building and 8-level parking structure, 80,000 square feet of transferred development rights from 2535 California Street, 506 Showers Drive, and 350 Showers Drive to 600 Ellis Street in relation to the Los Altos School District TDR program and heritage tree removal permit to remove 23 heritage trees located at 600 Ellis Street to be read in title only, further reading waived attachment 2 of the council report. And 3, we introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving a development agreement for 600 Ellis Street and 636 Ellis Street, Mountain View, California, to be read in title only, further reading waived and set a second reading for December 8th, 2020. Attachment 3, the council report, and the staff recommended modification, which changed the amount. Christian, you might have to help me.
Yes,
cite the amount. Yeah,
I can help you with that, Councilmember Clark. It's on page 10 of the development agreement, section 3.1A, which formerly referred to an amount of $200,000 would change to $400,000.
Okay, so we'll incorporate that into the motion as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak. I guess we'll go into comments as there's a motion and a second by Councilmember Clark and Councilmember Ramirez.
I just had a couple of comments. I actually agree with the comment from the public about the architecture. I didn't think this was as nice as it could be. I was kind of surprised. I think it's kind of plain, and I was looking for something more interesting. I also had a comment about the bridge connector. Having worked in a building that had one of those, it's kind of interesting the unintended consequence of it. While people will park in the parking structure because there isn't street parking or much surface lot parking, if you work on the third floor, you will drive very quickly through that parking structure to get to the third floor entrance to the building. And if you work on the first or second and you are trying to back out of your space, watch out because people speed in these parking lots. So I don't know if there's a way to address that, but it certainly surprised me how quickly people go because they know they want to get to the floor where they can enter the building, so they don't bother looking for a parking space on any other floor. But they do park in the parking structure as opposed to on the street. If it was left up to me, I think I'd take that out, but I don't think that's a change we're going to make here tonight. But I will support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, I would just add, I agree with Councilmember Matichak. I'm a bit underwhelmed by the look, the design. I'm not a big fan of 8-story parking garages. We actually turned down one a long time ago. It was many parking structure buildings in a row. But in light of where we are with this project, I will go ahead and support the motion. Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to ask, the applicant had said that, they might pursue a type of phasing for this project. And so I would just ask that if that's the direction that they go, kind of dependent on how things are navigating the pandemic, it would be nice to both update staff and council as that goes along.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hicks?
I'm just going to agree with it. I will be supporting the motion. I wanted to agree with the other folks who commented that I find the architecture a little cold, and I was hoping for something nicer as in East Wisman and elsewhere in Mountain View. But I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, can we get a roll call vote, please?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Abikoga.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you very much, Ms. Neto and staff and the applicants.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now go on to item 7, council staff committee reports. Are there any reports, comments by council members? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, you're hearing a lot bit about Measure B and the potential of the 10-year funding that would affect a lot of cities, and so a lot of it going to BART. And so I just want to let you know that our colleagues in small cities are speaking up publicly. There's an article you'll probably, if you notice the VTA Daily News coverage, there's a headline that says, "Don't cheat us again. Officials outrage as VTA plans to slash road repair funding to pay for BART extension." It was an update in the Mercury News today. So you'll hear a lot about it from your mayor and myself, that we're going to be advocating hard to make sure that the funding is not diverted to, and Joe Simidian, Supervisor Joe Simidian, he's leading a big charge on it too, that if you go and talk to your regional other meetings that you go to, make sure you bring it up, because it affects your roadways. It grades crossing. It grades SR 85. It's operations. It's a full cross the board. And for the next 10 years, BART would get all the money except for pedestrian and bikes. They would get a small part of it in operations. And we want to stop it now before it goes to the board, because staff has this thought that it doesn't need a super majority to convert funds for, let's say, hey, we're going to take money away from grade crossings or SR 85 and we're going to put it into operations, or we're going to put it into San Jose or something like that. So it's very important. So whoever you see in other elected officials, start ringing the bell, start saying no, no, no. I get to say no on December 3rd. And this Thursday, another committee, I'm going to say this is not good for us. So just letting you know that it's out there now, much more public than it was before, and everybody's support is requested.
Thank you. Council.
City managers also involved. So city managers are going to be talking to city managers, and the mayor's going to be talking to mayors, and I'm talking to BTA and small cities. And so everybody, if you can see something out there, get out there and say no. Oh, and Dawn too. Dawn. So I mean, we got the whole city staff. Dawn's going to be on the VTA pack. So I think that's about it. Okay.
Anyone else? Are you sure? Alrighty, we'll get it, Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. The National League of Cities conference, virtual conference, is this week, and I attended a session today on airplane noise. And one of the things they mentioned was that there is going to be a resolution on supersonic aircraft. And I was wondering, I don't know who else is attending the virtual conference, but has somebody been designated as the voting member for the business meeting?
You don't recall us designating anyone. City Clerk, would you?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, council did not designate a voting member for the business meeting. We looked back just briefly before this meeting, and I didn't see a history of doing that, but I didn't get a lot of opportunity to spend some time looking, but I know we did not for this particular conference.
I'll nominate Lisa Matichak.
Are we able to do so, City Attorney?
Normally, I believe those designations are made as a part of the regular agenda. So this would be unusual to take that action now. And maybe I could ask the city clerk if, I think there was another item maybe on your consent calendar that designated a voting member for another similar matter. I believe it was a league resolution. So that would not have been agendized for tonight's discussion.
So yeah, I don't recall for NLC designating a voting member. I guess my recollection is whoever is in attendance would be voting, but
yeah, and then that I don't know the history of this. So if that is the case, if that is the convention where somebody who is in attendance customarily votes, then that certainly could take place without a formal action tonight. I don't have that level of background on this item though.
could we look into this, and would you be able to send a memo or email to the council if it is
Yes.
that someone is?
Yeah. When is the next session where this would take place?
Wouldn't it be Friday?
So I think it's either Thursday or Friday. Unfortunately, I put on my calendar the meeting regarding resolutions because I don't know what the resolution says. And so I need to find that out. So I put that meeting on my calendar, but I didn't put the business meeting on my calendar. But it's either Thursday or Friday. I can
Okay. I will look into this and then coordinate with the city clerk, and we will advise the council members who are attending. And who is going to be in attendance again?
So I'm not sure I can make that the exact time, but I am attending what I can.
Okay.
The NLC meeting.
We'll follow up with you on that.
Okay.
Sounds like Councilmember McAllister is also attending. Is that right? Great. If you could follow up with both of them, appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I wanted to follow up on the comments from Mr. Jeans. Is it possible to change the voicemail on the abandoned vehicle hotline to say what is being enforced and what isn't? And actually, I think he raised a good point about the boats. I know we're not enforcing, passenger cars or oversized vehicles that people or vehicles people are living in, but boats seems like a separate category, and there might be others, construction trucks or something that have been parked there a long time. Are those ones that we can continue to enforce the abandoned vehicle code on?
Councilmember Matichak, so I did confirm with the police chief that the line is working, and like I believe the usual process would be that someone would leave a voicemail letting PD know about the vehicle, and so they can do that, and they can also go through Ask MV, but staff will be following up with Mr. Jeans about the boat. But yes, that would be something that we would look into. If a boat has been there for a while, we wouldn't just leave it there. We would just need to know about it.
So I think his point about the line was the phone line is working and you can leave a voicemail, but the message that you get from whoever recorded it, says to leave the message, but it doesn't say we're not enforcing aspects. So people leave a message assuming that it's going to be followed up on if it's like a passenger vehicle, and it's not, because we're not enforcing that part of the abandoned vehicle code right now. So the outgoing message should say something about, we're not enforcing it, but if you want to leave a message about something other than a car, go ahead and do that for us to follow up on.
Yeah, I'll follow up with the department about that, Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Any other reports or comments? Yes, Councilmember Clark.
Well, I was just, I don't want to steal your thunder, but were you going to mention the City Association meeting? Otherwise, I was going to congratulate you.
Yes, thank you. I was going to do a few things and include
Okay, I'll let you do that then.
Thank you. Anyone else?
It just followed up. The annual business meeting for NLC is Friday at 3:30.
Great, thank you. Let's see, I had a few things. Friday, several of us attended the grand opening of our newest park, Evandale Park, at 134 Evandale. I hope that our residents, our community will enjoy our newest park there. It was exciting to have 2 park openings in 2 weeks. As mentioned by Councilmember McAllister, I attended the VTA PAC meeting where we did talk about Measure B funds. As council members should have received the letter that we sent on behalf of the city with our comments about the potential proposal to move funds to BART. We continue to, we'll continue to fight that effort. I was just thinking, I think it was back in 2010, I believe it was another Measure B on BART, funding BART operations. And I recall that election and that it won by, I think it was like 0.8%, and the city that put it over was actually Mountain View. And we received kudos at that time from the proponents. But in light of that, I just think it's really important for our community to rally and advocate for our fair share of funding for our needs here in the city. So let's continue to be vigilant on that. I also, thank you, Councilmember Clark, for prompting. I attended the Cities Association board meeting, and we had a selection meeting where we appointed new members to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and the new members are Rich Constantine from Morgan Hill, the mayor, as well as Rob Rennie from the city of Los Gatos. For ABAG, we appointed Misa Fligor from Los Altos. These were appointments due to council members terming out. And thank you, Councilmember Clark, for your service on the ABAG Executive Committee. So Misa will be taking Councilmember Clark's position. And I was appointed to the MTC, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I'll be filling out the unexpired term of Jeannie Bruins from Los Altos for the next 2 years. So with that, are there any other comments? And if not, City Attorney, is there a closed session report?
No closed session report tonight.
Great. Well, thank you very much. So we will stand adjourned at 9:17 p.m. Our next council meeting will be held on Tuesday, December 1st, 2020 at 4:30 p.m. I would like to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. In light of us being in the purple tier, I ask that everyone please stay socially distanced. I know it's a hard time that we want to gather with family and friends, but please be mindful of where we are with the pandemic. Make sure that you wear your face coverings, stay socially distanced, wash your hands, and please stay safe, but have a wonderful holiday. And thank you again to our City Clerk, Lisa Natouche, for your amazing service. And
thank you so much. Thank you. I can't believe this is my last meeting. Thank you.
Certainly. We wish you well. And again, happy holiday to everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. And we will see you in December. Thank you very much. Take care. Stay safe.